Now that everybody's present, we'll start with a moment of silence to be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Waters.
For a moment of silence, if we would, remember September 11th, 2001. Thank you.
Our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item number 2 is discussion possible decision regarding the moving the order of or deletion of agenda items. Anything from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have a few items, 11, 12, and 13, in regards to the task force. So I was thinking maybe we could move them to 5A, if that works, or?
Any objection from the board? Will these be viewed as one item then?
No, it's just a matter of being as there are 3 items involved in the task force, and they're here, that we could just get those out of the way. So
That would be 5A, B, and C?
Yes. Thank you.
Anything else from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to pull for discussion number 16 on the consent item, C and D.
Okay, anything else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of moving those items signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item number 3, the announcement, or excuse me, I'm sorry, I was asked to recognize new employees before we continue. Mr. Kohlberger.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. I'd like to introduce the 2 newest Pahrump Town employees. One is for Buildings and Grounds, Mr. John Trent. Could you please come down front? You may have a trouble missing him. He's kind of a small guy. He's going to be a newest member of our tug-of-war team that we're going to challenge everybody with now. And then Mr. Tim Gunderson is our newest firefighter. Welcome. These are the 2 newest employees of the last few weeks.
Welcome.
All righty, that brings us to announcements. Yep.
All right, announcements. I think Mr. Chief Lewis was going to make some announcements regarding some events and give us an update. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Scott Lewis, Fire Chief. The month of September has been designated Disaster Preparedness Month. This is through a presidential declaration. And I wanted to remind everyone that disaster preparedness is a partnership between the emergency services, also, excuse me for my page going off in the background, and also the community members. And as part of that initiative, there is a couple of pamphlets I brought in this evening and guides that are available on the desk. And one is declared an Emergency Preparedness Guide, What to Do When Disaster Threatens. And also, there is a Great Nevada Shakeout, which is going to be occurring October 10th, 2011. And conspicuously enough, it'll be at 10:20 a.m., so it's very easy to remember. And what it is part of a preparation and preparedness piece for everyone, no matter whether you're at your employment or you're at home, whether you're in your vehicle, that if an earthquake were to occur, that you would stop and take the appropriate measures to protect yourself. It's a very simple guideline. And again, it's an awareness practice program, and it's all through a stage of preparation. I have some information that's also included on the table to protect yourself during an earthquake, and drop, cover, and hold on is the initiative for at least 60 seconds. So those the materials are available to you this evening. The recent monthly report put a town manager, the newsletter also has some disaster preparedness tips outlined in them. And I just want to let everyone know that we're available to answer any questions that they may have with preparedness and how to complete packages for your home and for your workplace.
Go ahead.
I had a question, Chief Lewis. I know when disaster occurs in a community, sometimes
Turn your
individual-
microphone on.
I'm sorry. Chief Lewis, I know sometimes when disaster occurs in a community that citizens oftentimes don't know exactly what they need to do and what routes to take if they need to evacuate or where they should go. Can we get some information out for citizens in order for them to be aware of those two important things, I think? How to contact and where they should go if they need help and things like that.
Sure. We have a disaster preparedness plan for the town of Pahrump, and I think some of those issues would be addressed in there, but I think it needs somewhat of a facelift, so I think that would be a good opportunity to get more updated information available to the public. And as I mentioned this evening, some of these guides will help them in the overall components and understanding what the preparedness program is about and for how long to be prepared for. You should at least be able to sustain yourself for a minimum of 3 days with every essential needed, from medications and so forth. But realistically, you need to be prepared for approximately 1 to 2 weeks with overall support for your families. But certainly you can get some of those escape routes, emergency phone numbers, and things like that available to the public, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, Chief Lewis, I've read the report and I understand disaster preparedness. My concern is almost like Ms. Endersby's, but mine goes the other side. How do you notify the citizens? I think that's a big key. In most cases, there's a giant voice, listen to the radio, watch TV, but here in Pahrump, I haven't heard anything to say, this is what you should do as soon as you even get a hint that there is an emergency in the town. Turn to this on the radio, do this. How do we find out?
Yeah, through the media is one of the best pieces. However, and I have to follow up with the Sheriff's Office to see where they are in the initiative. They were also incorporating a reverse 911 system. So much like the community would use 911 to call us for emergencies, there's a reverse mechanism that we can make those notifications to the public. But I need to find out exactly where they are with that particular program. But the local media is absolutely the best way to get the information. Turn it on to your radios and televisions and have the appropriate equipment available that allows you to do that. Don't rely on electricity, things like that. Plenty of batteries and such. But the fire department is always there for you. If you need something, contact us, come to the station, whatever you need, we'll get it done for you.
Okay, something that has happened recently, I'm going to say within recent years. I guess when I first arrived here, for a while I was still a student at UNLV. Anytime there was an issue on campus, I received a text phone call. Everybody carries a cell phone, nearly everybody anyway. Is there anything that we can do, like the college campuses around the country now, so that every citizen could receive that and say, there is an emergency, tune to whatever?
We don't have the local means available to do that, but that reverse 911 system may do some of those components.
Okay.
So I will follow up and see where they are with that program, Dr.
Okay.
Waters.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Calkin?
I don't have a question. I would just say, I'm reminded of the 50s when there was something went on, that just a siren went off to alert the community. Maybe we are thinking too high-tech, and maybe we should just think of something a little more simple to alert people that, hey, you better do what you can to find out what's going on.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned that, Mr. Culkin. Doing some housekeeping recently at the main fire station, we came across an old siren head. And so we were going to be testing that out to see if it works, and it might be a prudent way to mount it at someone out of Station 1 for such emergencies. We'll take a look and see if it works still.
Thank you.
Ms. Parker?
Yeah, if it works, my recommendation is to do like they did in tornado country, and once a month, on the first day of the month at noon or something like that, you test it.
Absolutely. And just to also inform you that we've been working on an IC program, Incident Command Program, that we would like to involve the town board. We're looking at a tentative date sometime in November for that. There's just a couple of things, such as through the Fall Festival and some other pieces that are coming into play right now. But we're hoping sometime in the middle to end of November that we'll be holding such a workshop with the town board.
Mr. Chair? Could I ask if the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board, they have expertise, of course, in lots of the areas regarding some of that. So they might be a willing entity to help coordinate that?
Sure.
If you would approach that board?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lewis.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Are we ready for regular announcements? Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will meet on September 14th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Veterans Memorial Advisory Board will meet on September 15th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board will meet on September 22nd at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. The, the Community Center Task Force will meet on September 23rd at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex, and the Incorporation Advisory Board will meet on September 28th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. Public Lands Advisory Board will meet on October 5th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex, and the Pahrump Tourism Board will meet on October 6th at 8 a.m. in the Town Annex. The Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board will meet on October 7th at 2 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Arena Advisory Board will meet on October 13th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. And the Breast Cancer Support Group will meet September 16th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the Nathan Adelson Hospice. The Makaha, again, that might be wrong, Sons will be holding a luau concert at the Nevada Treasure RV Resort on September 17th with doors opening at 6 p.m. Us Too Prostate Cancer Support Group will meet on September 22nd in the hospital training room from 6 p.m. The Social Security Administration will be in the Town Annex on September 27th at 9 a.m. Desert View Hospital will be holding an autumn health fair on October 15th at the event. The event will be held at Southwest Medical Associates in collaboration with the Southern Nevada Immunization and Health Coalition will be administering flu shots to interested adults. The Youth Advisory Board will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, September 14th at 2:30 p.m. at the Town Annex. And the Nevada Rural Development Council, Town of Pahrump and Nye County will be having the community assessment October 10th through the 14th. And listening sessions and the resource team will hold a town meeting on Thursday, October 13th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Nye County Administration to share what they've heard and seen during their visit. There will be a series of 20 sessions that have been scheduled for the listening sessions, and they're planned for Tuesday, October 11th through Thursday, October 14th. A complete schedule of all listening sessions will be posted on both the Town of Pahrump and Nye County websites. And if I may, Nye Communities Coalition would like to let you know that if you're interested in knowing more about becoming a court-appointed special advocate for children in foster care, then an open house will be held, which you can attend on Saturday, September 17th, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon at the Board of Commissioners chambers in these chambers. They'd like you to RSVP, and if you'd contact the town office, they can give you the information on how to contact them. There's also an adult grief support group, and their new meeting time beginning October 4th is Tuesdays at 4 p.m. and Wednesdays at 10 a.m., and they meet at Nathan Adelson Hospice.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Dr. Waters?
Yes, for the community assessment that Ms. Endersby just spoke about, anybody can go to any open session. That's already a given. But there's a special one for veterans. And again, anyone can also attend this one, but a special one set aside for veterans, and it's going to be on the 12th of October at 2 p.m. at the Chamber of Commerce. And I wanted to go ahead and say that one separately, because, again, we wanted something special for veterans, but we also have one for seniors and a lot of others. Again, you can attend any open session that you'd like to attend, but we have set aside that special one on the 12th of October, 2 p.m. at the Chamber office for veterans. Thank you.
Ms. Parker?
Yes, there is a Community Center Task Force meeting at 7 p.m. on September 16th to discuss some of the items that you'll be hearing about tonight. It'll be held at the Annex. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about is I had 50 copies of a survey from the county that I handed out from the planning department. You can turn them back in to the county, or if you finish them tonight, Ms. Carnes here will be glad to turn them in for you. Those of you that didn't get surveys, they're in the backup. You can find them on our website in the backup for this, or you can pick them up from the county, but the planning department would very much like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Culkin? Anything from staff? Any public announcements?
Phil Huff from Paved. I would like to assure everyone that there will be a Pahrump Fair and Festival this year in spite of the rumors that have already started. There's been some problems. It was widely publicized that we were not funded by the Tourist Advisory Board. The funding was only requested for advertising. It had nothing to do with the operation of the Fair and Festival. And in addition, Mr. DeMeo has agreed to afford us a very minor sheriff's office presence. And in addition to that, we have very, very good security, 24 hours, which we don't have from the sheriff. We have 24-hour security so that the vendors' possessions, their booths and so on are well taken care of. We're going to have a big carnival this year with different rides from last year. Not all different, but there's some different rides for a variety. We will have a rodeo. Again, the rumor mongers are trying to say we didn't have a rodeo last year, which we did. I had an interesting conversation with an elderly man who came into our office and said, too bad we didn't have a rodeo. When I told him that Cotton Rosser staged the rodeo, he almost had a heart attack. He said, I know Cotton Rosser for 30 years. I didn't realize he was in Pahrump last year. Well, he was, and we did bring PRCA quality stock with him. We had the best pickup rider in the United States awarded by the PRCA and so on. We'll have a better rodeo this year because we're running a real long schedule. We have a 9-event rodeo. Rodeos typically have bull riding as the last event because it's the most popular and that gets you to stay until the end. We're going to have a bull riding session at the beginning of the rodeo as well as one at the end. So you have double bull riding for people like bull riding, and we're going to have young bull riding. We're going to have teenagers riding small bulls. We're going to have all kinds of events before and during the intermission of the rodeo. We're going to deliver the belt buckles by Pony Express Rider. We're going to have the coin toss we had last year where we're going to throw up many, many hundreds of dollars into the air on the rodeo floor, and the kids are allowed to go out and pick them up and they can keep what they find. And we're going to have a very interesting intermission show, which includes a poop scoop, and if you want to know about it, you have to show up to see it. It'll be a lot of fun. It's for adults. And then we're going to have a real, very good slate of entertainers on the entertainment stage this year, and in addition we'll have a small stage with some cute events like the mustache contest, the best legs, the best hats, and so on and so forth, which are typical fair events. And we are going to have a lot better, variety of vendors this year. We have a lot of interesting vendors, some of them from out of state, many of them from Las Vegas, many of them from here. We're going to have crafters from Pahrump. We're going to have nonprofits from Pahrump, so you can visit all the booths. We're going to have a small children's section over by the Annex. It's going to have the turtle train so that they can ride the turtle train, but we're also going to have fishing for duckies in the ducky pond. We knew we'd find another use for those duckies from last year. And everyone gets a prize, and we're going to have a sucker tree as a sucker pull, excuse me. It's like a tree, you pull the sucker out. You get to keep the sucker, always, but if you pull out one that has a marked stick, then you get a very nice prize. So it's a little children's section. The Salvation Army will be there with a canteen and an awning. The canteen is just a truck. It's not going to be serving food, but they are having the canteen truck there to advertise the Salvation Army with an awning where they're going to have crafts for the children. It's free for them to do a crafts. So we have a little children's section this year that we hope will be popular with the young people. And what else? We're going to have a considerable increased number of porta potties, and I saved that for the last because I know everybody will be very excited to hear that. And we'll have additional wash stations.
Mr. Chair, can you give us the dates and the schedule in?
I never thought you would ask. The schedule is for the 28th, 29th of September and the 1st and 2nd of October. However, that's a Friday, that's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The hours are a little bit strange on Thursday because Thursday is setup day. And so the start time is a little bit up in the air. A lot of the vendors get in there. They're very energetic. They set up and they're ready to go first thing. They'll probably be ready by 11 or 12 o'clock. But there'll be other people setting up, so it's not really open. But on the other hand, we don't prevent anyone from coming on the grounds. So theoretically, we say something on 3 or 4 o'clock time, they should be set up all right. The entertainment will start at 5, and so will the carnival. So we'll be running by then. And it will go until 11 o'clock that night. On Friday, it will run from 11 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night. On Saturday, again, the fairgrounds are not closed, and if anyone wants to go on the fairgrounds earlier on Saturday, earlier than 12 o'clock, I'm sure that the vendors would be very happy to accommodate you. However, we set the time at 12 o'clock because the parade ends at 12 o'clock. And so we say 12 o'clock, the parade ends, and then the grounds are completely and fully open. And again until 11 o'clock that night. On Sunday, we'll run from 11 or 12 o'clock until 5 o'clock teardown. And the, what do I say, the hours are pretty well covered. The hours that I told you are pretty well covered with entertainment on the entertainment stage the entire time. Maybe some minor breaks where they change acts or something like that. But for the hours that I told you, there will be entertainment. There is an entertainment schedule of all the bands that will play. There will be some other entertainments besides bands. We'll have some dancers and things like that in between. But it's full, non-stop entertainment on the hours that I quoted you.
Mr. Chairman, also then the parade hours. And
the parade starts at 9 o'clock, starts from where Dandelion comes up to 160. Which is the north side of the Saddle West parking area for their RV parking. It starts there and it goes to Boot Hill. Boot Hill is north of the town office. And it takes approximately an hour for it to go. But the length of the parade makes it extend until about 12 o'clock. And so the stopping point is Boot Hill, and that's the area where you can inspect the floats if you want and so on. You can get autographs from all the fancy people.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Dr. Waters?
Yes, Mr. Huff, you stated the 28th, and I show it starts on the 29th, the 30th, 1st.
It starts on the 29th, but on the 28th we got to have a setup.
Okay.
We're going to be there. We're going to be marking the grounds. We'll have people come in. We'll be setting out the equipment and so on that we need. And but there won't be any vendors there. No, that won't be.
Okay, so for the public, it's going to be the
29, 30,
29, 30,
1st and 2nd of October.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this a public announcement?
My name's Andy Alberti, and I wanted to announce today the Nye Gold Seekers, which is a gold prospecting and informational organization here in the town of Pahrump. We'll be meeting on Saturday at 2 o'clock at the museum. Museum's been very kind to this organization, and this organization started 4.5 years ago without help from anyone other than the people who are interested in it, and today they have close to 300 families that belong to this group. They have a claim, a mining claim out in Johnny that any member can go to at any time, and it's a fun thing. It's family stuff, and with gold at $1,800 plus an ounce, you can actually buy a metal detector, good quality, for $800 and have money left over when you find that first ounce. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that the Gold Seekers will be at the museum, and it's a great group of people. It's a fine organization, and it's a lot of fun. So Saturday.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Saturday, what time?
It's at 2 o'clock.
No further announcements. We'll open this up to public comment.
Good evening. I'm Louis DeCanio. I've been a Pahrump resident for more than 8.5 years. Now, recently, I got a copy of the minutes of the joint meeting of the Executive Committee of Pool Pack. Now, that's the insurance company that handles Pahrump and Nye County's insurance, and I've got some copies here also. Now, this thing here is dated April 26, 2011, and it was held up in Carson City, Nevada. Now, the roll call of the members present listed Mr. Kohlbarger here, and since Mr. Kohlbarger is a member of the Executive Committee of Pool Pack, I guess that explains why none of Pahrump's insurance or legal services are local, and all of these large consultant fees are being funneled up to Reno, Nevada. And I've got, like I said, I've got copies here I could show you. Now, as I requested before, hiring local should be a priority, not as a last resort. Stuff shouldn't be funneled up to Reno, Nevada all the time. We need to keep our business local. This way the money stays local, and everything gets funneled back through our economy. Now, as I requested before, you know, hiring local should be a priority. It shouldn't be a last resort, okay? And now, the agenda, this agenda for this meeting here, it was only posted in northern Nevada. It was posted up in Carson City. It was posted up in Eureka, Nevada, and Fallon, Nevada. And I guess that explains why Reno, Nevada is the golden-haired boy and Pahrump is like the second-class citizen here. Now, as far as the community center fiasco is going, I will personally volunteer, along with several other volunteers, to go to the community center and clean up any mold or any other toxic substance that has been created by the person or persons who closed up this building as tight as a clamshell and covered the windows with black plastic. We will sign waivers to release the town of any responsibility to the volunteers associated with this cleanup. All we need is your approval of the town board and someone with a key to open the door so we can start tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow. We're willing to work. We will do this cleanup on a volunteer basis with no cost to the town.
Excuse me, this is an agenda item, isn't it? Yes, is that something that we should be hearing public comment on? I'm sorry, Mr. DeCanio, but we do have that restriction to not allow public comment on any agenda items. And if you see on the agenda, there's a couple of items on there regarding what you're talking about.
I didn't realize that that was on the agenda at all.
Until the agenda.
Okay, then I'll save the comment for the community center on the agenda item when it comes up then. Okay, thank you.
Butch Harper, resident. I'm here tonight because of what I seen on TV. Channel 46 interviewed people in front of Walmart, and they were asking people what they thought of 9/11. And there was one person that sort of interested me very deeply. he was wondering why we did not recognize other people that lost their lives in other disasters. And I just want to be here to assure that man that the bombing of Oklahoma, one of our own military personnel that took an assault rifle and took the lives of some of the men and women he served with, and many other disasters that happened in this country. I just want this man to be assured that they're not forgotten. So I brought these patches up with me tonight. And I don't need this microphone, please. And if I waver a little bit, bear with me. September 11th, right here, 2001. Everybody knows what it is. We just had a lot of ceremonies over it this weekend. And this man was worried about other disasters that happened in our country. Not just our country, but all around the world. So I brought this collage of patches with me. This big one right here was donated by Cless Saunders. You don't look at a patch, read the inscription on it. So the ones who can't read or who have no interest in reading, now let me read it for you. The nation which forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten. Fallen heroes. Very important. A veteran asked me to cut this patch off his back, and I told him I couldn't do it. I got a call from the VA. There's a package for me. That patch, he cut off his jacket, give it to me. You see, the Hueys coming in from Vietnam, either to pick up somebody or let troops off to do a mission. Patriot Motorcycle Club gives escorts to our veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. Read the words, vets don't forget. They don't forget. It doesn't make a difference how big a patch is. So I'm going to get down on my knee and read this one. And that's due in respect to our fallen. In memory of over 58,044 brothers who never returned from Vietnam, 62 to 75. I've been on my knees many times before. I've shed many tears. And I know a lot of brave young men and women who have done the same. And Reggie Knight, we talked to him about a month ago. He says he hasn't seen so many women come in and ask for their benefits. So you guys, I'm telling you right now, these women have been involved in every conflict we've been involved in. And they have done their duty. And I got pictures of young girl, arms gone from the elbows down, lost from behind Afghanistan, and a picture of a husband brushing her teeth. How big a sacrifice can that be? Our women have always been there, just fighting alongside every one of our male soldiers. So I just want to assure that man that it's not just 9/11 that's remembered. There's a lot of other tragedies that happen in this country. And I want to assure everybody here, when you look at a patch, just don't look at it. Read the inscription. See the message it's sending out to the people of our country. Oklahoma, homegrown terrorists. Right here, a major assault rifle gunned down the men and women he served with. It's not just people coming from another country that's threatening our nation. We got it right here, and we got to pay attention. I got to commend our fire department, our law enforcement. They have dangerous jobs. The difference between those two and our military is that our military, every day they walk the street, they have to look at the bottom street level window, second floor of the roof. They got to look behind them. These are our young men and women. We're losing too many of them. You know, they're married. They'll never be able to see maybe their child because they were deployed before their child was born.
Butch, the timer went off, so I just needed to let you know that.
Okay, you can flex it again, yeah. But anyway,
But thank you.
I just had to make this point. Because I wanted to assure this man that many things aren't forgotten. You remember, but it's locked up in the back of your brain. I have it in here. Every once in a while, that door opens up. And so my 3 minutes are up, but the memory of these men is not 3 minutes. The memory of these women are not 3 minutes. It's a lifetime. So all I can say is God bless America and bring our troops home.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Helping old man out.
Dave Stevens, I have something to say. It's going to be very short.
You turned it off, Dave. There it is.
Is it on now?
Yes.
I have something to say. It's going to be very short, maybe sweet or otherwise. I don't care. I was reading the paper, and somebody's called me a caveman, or the people that come down here city. They're calling us names because we don't want to vote for this, and we're against everything, virtually against everything. That's a big lie if I ever seen one. Some knothead wrote it in the paper. I am against that theme park, and they talk about that a lot.
Yes.
I know it's funny. She's up there laughing. That's real funny. But I take a big offense to that, and I do get even with people. I don't think I won't either.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Alberti, Y-O-U-R-N-A-M-E. Says right here, state and spell your name. I want to thank the town board for having their meetings at night, as the commissioners have theirs during the daytime when most business people can't get away to come and comment. And I think it's very respectful on their part to hold their meetings during the day the way they do. With that said, I have two articles here I wanted to call your attention to, and one of them is from 2008. And in this article, they talk about a survey by the National League of Cities, and I know that the city, that they're going to be having a meeting over in Mesquite soon. And they found that 79% of towns expect financial trouble in 2009. Now, this was written in 2008. And a municipal finance expert, David Kotak, at that time said that when a town goes bankrupt, the local government itself is often to blame. They used the example of exorbitant salaries in Vallejo, California, which, by the way, is the area where the people did the design for our general plan. And in Alabama, a sewer system was financed by what they called a risky debt scheme. Now, I'm not saying that we're doing anything like that here, but you know, sometimes a cartoon says it all. And when I was a kid, I used to listen to Fiorello LaGuardia read the cartoons to us over the radio in New York because the union had gone on strike. And so that's what I plan to do here. This is by Dilbert, and it's under Dogbert Consultants. And the pointy-headed manager is sitting with the Dogbert consultant, and the consultant is saying, I recommend that you buy the Dogbert database software. And then the pointy-headed manager says, did I just pay a consultant to recommend his own company's software? At which point the consultant says, I'm totally objective. At which point the pointy-headed manager says, who would install and test it? And the consultant says, maybe a consultant who knows the product. I just hope the heck that's not what's coming down the pike when it comes to the illegal alien theme park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul Elefante, E-L-E-F-A-N-T-E. It's been a while since I've been here. I'm here because, first of all, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Kohlbarger and staff, with the exception of Mr. Balakwi, because I had a fit in the town office last Tuesday. And I had a fit because of a letter I received. So, and I'm not going to go into that here. It's not necessary. However, what I'd like to speak to, the issue I'd like to speak to, and this is for information because I know that Mr. Kohlbarger is working on the new business license, and I attended all his meetings except for one. The last one at night, I wasn't able to make that, but I was at all of the meetings, and my thing is, everybody knows it because I'll scream it at the top of my lungs, the powwow is not a business. We are an organization. Yes, we are a nonprofit 501c3, makes us tax exempt in some areas, but we are not a business. So my fit had to do with having to get a business license. So part of the corporation or LLC packet says that I need to get a prompt license application. Okay, that's fine. I need to get an employer identification number. I have that. The IRS requires it for you to become a 501c3, so I have that. You have to get a state business license. The application is here, except the state of Nevada says nonprofits and cooperative corporations and associations, Chapter 81, 82, and 84 of the NRS says we don't need a business license. And also that was done, this was when current as of October 1st, 2005, and it was compiled by Dean Heller. More recently, as of September 8th, 2011, I downloaded the information just to make sure if anything was changed. And it says what businesses are exceptions or exempted from needing a state business license. Nevada nonprofit corporations formed under NRS 82, and we are. The next thing was sales tax. So I called the Department of Taxation because each year at our powwow, we do have our vendors because it was fairly new. And so for the past couple of years, I get a form from the Department of Taxation. It looks like this. It's a 3-section piece. One is for the it's a department copy, one is the promoter's copy, one is the seller's copy. The department copy is actually the Department of Taxation.
My name is John Whitefeather, W-H-I-T-E-F-E-A-T-H-E-R, and I'd like to give my 3 minutes to Paula Elefante.
Oh, you used to be able to do that. So, but I really wanted to kind of get into what I've learned about the business licenses, and it's not on the agenda. So where else do I have the time to discuss it?
Mr. Kohlbarger?
Paul, if you would like, you can come in and speak to me on it, and I'll be glad to schedule an appointment with you, and come on, you can give me all your information. I can use that for the new licensing. You know that. Come on in.
Okay. In the meantime, I just want to say, I just talked to the Division of Industrial Affairs that has the mandatory workman's compensation insurance, of which we were exempt. And so there's a lot of information here. I would have liked to share it with you because you're going to be voting on it, but another time.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 5, advisory board reports. Anything from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yes, the Community Center Task Force has been met twice since the last town board meeting, and since we have 3 items on the agenda and a number of the members here, I will defer to them.
Yes, my name is Bill Garlow. My name is Bill Garlow. I'm the chairperson of the Prompt Boundary Line Advisory Board. I wanted to bring it to your attention that we are moving forward on this. We should have a financial statement done by this time next month. We also have an agenda meeting in Esmeralda on August 1st, or not August, sorry, November 1st. We have our meeting next Thursday, or no, the 22nd, Thursday the 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at the Annex Building. Mr. Osborne has been invited, and he said he would do everything he could to make it. Mr. Tony DeMille, Sheriff, was invited, and I haven't got a response from him yet. I would like for the public or any other town board members or anybody interested to show up, because we are going to move forward. We are submitting an agenda item to the Esmeralda County Commissioners. And I also gave you all a paper here just to show you, when I spoke to them, they were so happy that I called them up and spoke to them and said I would bring it up there because I want it voted on by their people. I want the county commissioners up there to put it on the ballot, the same as I would want the county commissioners here in Nye County to put it on the ballot and let the people decide. Makes no difference if I'm in favor of it or not. What the people want is what they should get. And none of this backdoor stuff like when Commissioner William Kirby from Esmeralda wrote, when a former state assemblyman from your area went behind our backs to try to accomplish this about 6 years ago. I never knew about it. In fact, I got papers handed to me almost 10 years ago about this, and I was never informed that we had an assemblyman try to go behind everybody's back to accomplish this. Even though I may be in favor of this idea, I would never accept it without the people voting on it. And he even goes on, I believe it credited a lot of hostility on the part of many of us in Esmeralda County. Well, I agree with that too. And I felt we were pawns in a bigger game where the benefits, there'd be pawns in a bigger game. I don't know what happened 6 years ago, nor would I ever want to see anything like that happen in Pahrump or Nye County, to go behind people's backs, let the people vote. If you don't like it, too bad if they don't vote the way you want. But the few should not be a voice for the many without them knowing that that's what they're doing. But anyway, we're moving along. We will have the financial report done in time for the Esmeralda County Commissioners. And after the November 1st, what their decision is, I'll bring it back before the board and then see if we want to recommend it to be on the agenda for the Nye County Commissioners. And everybody's invited. It's an open meeting. So, any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is there still a desire from your advisory board to meet with the Incorporation Advisory Board? There was a discussion to do a joint meeting in September, I believe.
Yes, we agreed to it. But then we were told that the other board, I mean, I don't want to cause a conflict, but I was told by a person that was a member of both boards that they didn't want that. So we just kind of let it go. So.
That is not what has been the discussion. No, there has been an ongoing plan to do that ultimately in September if it's not feasible to get the schedules together, but they do desire that.
Well, our next schedule is the 22nd, Thursday the 22nd. I could put that on that agenda. I can't do nothing without the board voting on if that's what they want to do, but I could put it on that agenda, and I see no reason why we wouldn't meet with them. It is two different items because our financial report is coming out with Esmeralda County and Nye County, not just the town of Pahrump. So
perhaps when you get your agenda together, then the staff could send it out to both boards and notify them that way that they're invited to come and.
Well, I believe that could happen. They do have a very nice person that does that for us, working at the town hall. Yes.
Yeah, she does very good job.
But I would have no objection to that. But we do wish I would like to get a hold of Mr. Brian Coonsey because I do have to speak to the district attorney up in Esmeralda County too. But I would like to get Mr. Coonsey to attend one of our meetings too, to ask him questions. We need to see where we could seek savings by doing this boundary line adjustment.
And may I also ask then if you could attend the Incorporation Advisory Board meeting on the Wednesday before your meeting and just make that invitation during public comment to them at that time also?
Okay.
Appreciate that.
What time do they start, 6?
6:30, I believe it is.
6:30?
6 o'clock. No, I'm sorry, it's 6 o'clock.
Unless something really drastic happens at one of my places of work, which we've had quite a few problems, but unless something like that happens, I would certainly try to make it.
Or have somebody from your board come, whichever way is easier. But thank you.
They're not all as nice as I am. Yeah, I can see if somebody would want to go to the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other advisory board reports?
Robert Adams, Public Land Advisory Board. I'll follow up on the recreational trails program that was presented to the town board. I'd like to thank County Manager Bill Kohlberger and County Commissioner John Easley that both put a lot of work into making this happen. That the BLM District Manager Mary Jo Rugwell's gotten back to us, and early next month we'll be attending a joint meeting of the 2 BLM field offices having jurisdiction over the land surrounding Pahrump. So this is the first step to see what we can put together, see what we have, see what problems, see what we already agreed to, and see what we need to work out. Another project that PLAV is working on is developing the Bella Vista gun range. We're doing some preliminaries on it, forming some committees, and probably within a month or two, we'll have a report to bring to the town board to see if it's feasible to continue along with it. That we encourage public participation. Our board meets at the town annex the first Wednesday of each month, 7 p.m. So all's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, if I may, Mr. Adams, you need alternates, am I correct?
Yes, we do.
Those of you that are interested in helping with setting up a trail system or Last Chance Park, or right now the hot item is the shooting range, we encourage you to apply for this board. It's one night a month on a Wednesday.
Well, there's more work than that because we meet once a month, but there's quite a bit of work that we do in the interim.
Come on, I got to lure them in first.
Don't go running them off.
Well, we're looking for enthusiastic people, and actually we're counting the 2 alternatives. There's 4 positions of it. But, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Butch Clendon, and I'm chairman of the Bob Root Center Community Task Force at this time. I just going to cover this real quick. We have 3 agenda items. Vicki had mentioned some other issues, and we're going to be talking most of the things that we're going to talk about, that I would talk about now, we're going to talk about on the agenda, so I'm just going to save her for that. And I just want to say that we welcome the public. Our meetings are normally the 2nd and 4th Fridays of the month. This month we are scheduled, we have a change of our agenda item for next Friday. So if we have it next Friday, then we wouldn't have it the following Friday, just so everybody knows, and we welcome the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other advisory board reports? Anything from the board?
I would like to also ask our staff, Samantha has done a great job putting the schedule together and trying to keep all the calendars up to date. So if there are advisory board meeting change from the dates or times, please get it in enough time so that all the calendars can be updated. Thank you.
Anything further from the board? Okay, we'll move on to item number 11. Discussion possible decision to approve Resolution 2011-11, a resolution to rescind the Resolution 2011-04, and change the Community Center Task Force to a Town of Pahrump Advisory Board.
Got up too soon.
I'm sorry? No, it wasn't pulled. The order of the agenda moved to 11 is now 5A. And Ms. Parker, you're the presenter?
Yeah, I can briefly mention this one. It is a discussion decision to approve Resolution 2011-11, which is a resolution to rescind Resolution 2011-04, which set up the Community Center Task Force, and there was a charter attached to it. The advisory board, in fact, I'll have to pull it out of the minutes, but at the time that you voted on it, Mr. Darby actually said, let's get the members seated, and then they can set it up themselves. And that's pretty much what they did the very first night. And they would like to revert to advisory board rules and a board of 7 rather than the charter with 9 and having 2 town board members on it. The vote on that on the advisory board was 9-0.
Thank you. Any discussion by the board? Mr. Colvin?
Mr. Chair, I would just call this housekeeping, as the task force voted entirely to function as an advisory board, so that's what this is about, simply just to go ahead and move forward with that.
Ms. Sandersby?
I'd just like to get clarification from legal. Does this constitute a new entity, or are we able to just move one entity into the other?
Well, you created it by resolution, you need to rescind the resolution, so you need to adopt another resolution to rescind the previous resolution. So the membership may contain the same people, but that's certainly up to the town board who is going to be appointed to this newly created advisory board. Mm-hmm. And you're also changing, I understand that you may be changing the articles which the advisory board is going to operate under. So I don't think it's fair to characterize it as the same. They may have the same purpose, but they're organized slightly differently and they operate under a different set of articles. Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. I just want to make sure that we take all steps. I understand the house cleaning concept, but on a legal matter, because this will be an ongoing advisory board, even if it has decides on a time frame for their activities. Personally, I think it should exist through the process of whatever happens with the community center. I think they could be valuable for whatever length of time it takes, and it might take a while. So with that, I want to make sure that we're on firm ground to have an advisory board, and we don't have to just reconstitute everything to make sure we're legal with it. Do you follow what I'm asking?
Well, by doing it under a resolution, you're following the proper procedure by providing notice to the public that you want to rescind a previous resolution, and then adopt a new resolution. But in doing that, you're creating a new advisory board. So that is the proper way to do it, rather than simply change a name. You need to bring it forward and create it as an advisory board.
So the action should be to also bring the people that are sitting there onto the new board also.
Not necessarily. It's a new advisory board, so the membership may be identical, but it's not just simply changing the name. So if there wants to be new membership in the advisory board, it's up to the town.
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Did I hear you say that there needs to be a resolution to create this advisory board?
It's in,
Yes. Because once you rescind the resolution to create the task force, it no longer exists. So you can do it under the same resolution to rescind and then create the advisory board.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Thank
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Yes, I guess my question is basically the same as I've already heard, but I'm more interested in the people that are on the current task force, because I think we'd like to have the same people move to the advisory board. Are you saying that they'd have to reapply for the new advisory board?
Well, I would say yes, but once you rescind the order creating the task force, it no longer exists. So the membership for the advisory board, it certainly can contain the same folks that were on the task force, but doesn't have to be. And if you want to open it up to other folks and go
I
through.
think we'd like to keep it as it is. We like the task force, and if we're trying to find a way just to change it to an advisory board, which is what they've asked, under a new resolution.
And you can do that.
Okay.
can't,
That's my question. We don't want to lose the people. We don't want them to have to reapply for them to wait until we approve their applications again.
Well, let me ask him something first.
okay, and then I'll make a motion.
Which is fine. I just want to make sure you understand that when you rescind the resolution, the task force is dissolved. Now we're recreating we're creating a new advisory board. It could be reorganized under the advisory board. It's going to be new. And if you want to transfer the membership, as long as everybody wants to move over, I suppose that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr.
Kalk?
Mr. Chair, so if we make this motion to, as it reads, and we include in there the phrase "to include board members as currently seated" or whatever, that they would switch over to the next board, then that'd be fine. We wouldn't have to reappoint them or anything, right?
Yes. However, remember the task force originally had 9 members, and now the advisory board is going to be composed of 7 members. So I assume 2 members will be dropping off, and
Right, but
That's
Mr. Kohlbarger's got the answer to that.
Well, that's why I said currently seated, because the decision's already been made who's going to stay there. Us two are leaving, and she would be the liaison, or we could word it that way. We'll just include that in there.
It's my.
and that was a decision of the task force that needs the approval of the town board.
Right.
So you're following the right procedures, and you can move the membership over.
Or all we got to do is say include the present members minus us two, and she is the liaison.
First of all, the town board members cannot serve on advisory boards, so just simply switching it over to advisory board automatically eliminates Mr. Culkin and me. So it's very simple that way. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2011-11, which is a resolution to rescind Resolution 2011-04 and change the Community Center Task Force to a Town of Pahrump Advisory Board with the current membership transferred from the task force to the advisory board.
And could you add and yourself as liaison, because that's.
I don't think that's necessary. Mike can appoint me.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that opens up for discussion. Any further discussion from the board? Any comment from staff, Mr. Kohlberger? We'll open this to public comment.
Butch Clendon, and I think I'm chairman of something, but I'm not quite sure what yet. So I just want to assure Ms. Enserby that the task force board, whatever you put us, takes wholeheartedly the requirements that you had. The task force will develop one or more recommendations to the board to review the information pertaining to the investigation, forensic analysis, building assessments, final reports, documents, interviews, expert recommendation, cost considerations, development proposals, public needs assessments, and bring the findings to the Pahrump Town Board with it. And again, it appears that the 6-month period may be longer if we are going to consider other options. But we wholeheartedly, this board, that's what we're shooting for. When this board adopted when the task force adopted a board's rules, we didn't intend to change it from a task force. We just adopted board rules to operate under. We didn't try to change it from a task force to a board. If that's the wishes of the town, that's fine. We just want to go forward with this and try to accomplish this as in an expedient manner as we can. And that's basically all I have to say.
Mr. Chair, may I address, since he commented? I appreciate that, and I think that statement you read could be the mission statement and certainly be what is foremost in the goals and objectives as you move forward. So you might want to just use that as your real focus point.
That is our focus point.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Sam Jones. I'm also a member of this Community Center Task Force Board. What we actually did was we voted to accept the bylaws that were set up and reject the charter and resolution because of the conflict of interest of 2 town board members sitting on the task force board. And I would like the board to know tonight that the 2 town board members, Ms. Parker and Mr. Culkin, have to abstain from voting tonight on anything to do with this community center because they sat on this task force board. Now, you can get mad at me, you can scream, cuss, anything you want, but if you're going to play by the rules and you made the rules, then you got to play by them all the way. And the way that works is you can't sit as a town board member voting on something that you voted on as the task force. So I'm just saying that they need to abstain or you're violating the open meeting laws. Now you can take it to council or whoever you want, but I'm following open meeting law rules set down by the Attorney General from the state of Nevada. And that says that they must abstain. They can't sit on the task force and vote there and then sit on this town board and vote for something that they voted on for the task force. That's all I've got to say on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I address that? If that was a problem, then I wonder why the town representative on the Pahrump Regional Planning Commission is a voting member.
This is supposed to be public comment, not debate. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that basically along the same line.
Can I get you to state your name, please?
Oh, Kenny Bent, B-E-N-T. In forming our board, we were, the task was to adopt our bylaws and set up how we're going to work. And there were just conflictory things between the resolution and the bylaws, but which we were given to pick and choose between. I mean, that's basically what we were told to do, is pick and choose how we want to set this up. And it was just, it was a matter of largely accepted the advisory board, I think, mostly because we wouldn't have to come back to the town board for approval if we went that way and just adopted the advisory board bylaws. But more than anything, it was the conflict of interest in 9 members versus 7 members versus having town board members voting on both boards. So we thought that was the easiest way to get moving along. I don't think anybody had any idea that we'd be sitting here homeless today at this point in time, 8 weeks later or whatever. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Okay.
Seeing none, we'll go to the vote.
Before I vote, I need to say something.
Okay.
I'd like to publicly say that I have in my possession a letter from our attorney. I have in my possession a letter from our attorney, Mr. Brett Meach. He says, "I see no violation of the open meeting law to vote on a task force matter. Therefore, I will be voting on this item."
Okay, we have a motion to approve Resolution 2011, a resolution to rescind Resolution 2011-04 to change the Community Center Task Force to a Town of Pahrump Advisory Board. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 12, discussion possible decision to approve staff to place a request for proposal, RFP, in the local and regional newspapers for the repair of the roof above rooms A and B, and separately the main room of the Bob Rood Center. It takes me a minute. I believe this is yours?
That's mine.
Okay.
Yes, the task force spent quite a bit of time working on this, along with Mr. Lewis, Matt Lewis, and they've come up with specific items they'd like to see on the RFP. I understand that it's gone to engineering, and it's waiting for our approval, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Clinton and Mr. Bent.
Butch Clendenin.
The presentation.
We discussed the RFP for the roof, and the task force at this time has decided to, in the most expedient manner, accomplish the requirements to get the Bob Rood Community Center opened. And we'd like the RFP to go out for the roof, and there's been recommendations by members of the town board, and do you have it in writing right there, Kenny? Wait, the recommendations that we actually had?
No,
Is it in the backup here, Vicki? I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance.
No, because it went with Matt on to engineering.
We've passed it on, and basically, we wanted the standard procedures for a roof. We also asked for options for the town board to look at for the options of a metal roof, which is, what's the correct nomenclature, Harley?
Standing seam.
Standing seam. And then the other option we asked for was the urethane foam, just to have an option for that with the guarantees and everything else under pricing. And with all the normal recommendations from the town as far as requirements for licensing and everything else.
Also, you did specify that you wanted it broken down between the main room and the two back rooms.
Yeah, two prices between A and B building and the main hall. So we didn't run into issues as far as going over a certain amount where we might run into permit issues.
Yeah, according to the insurance company, before we can repair the inside, we must get the roof repaired. First the roof gets repaired, then they remediate the mold, and then they can start actually repairing the inside. Am I correct on that?
It says repaired and or patched. Right now, it has a patch on it, and it fared fairly well through the last rain, according to Matt. So we're looking good there, but we definitely want to get that roof fixed in the most expedient manner we can. So we're just asking that the RFP go out so we can go forward with this, because that's a sorely missed building by many, many people and organizations and groups in this town.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Calkin?
I would just say that this is an attempt to gather more information for us to make future decisions. We're not spending any money here, so I would see no reason not to support this. For us to make good decisions, we need more info, so just kind of a no-brainer.
It'll come back before the board to accept the RFP.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Not at this time.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, my questions, I had two questions written down, and I'd just like to state them for the record, but I think you've already answered my questions. One was, is this a request from the task force? In all the information I read, I could not see where the task force asked for this, but in your presentation, you stated you did.
Mm-hmm.
My second question is, what is the staff recommendation? Because I didn't see anything from staff, and it was also stated that Matt has said this is something that needs to be done. So I'm taking that, Mr. Kohlbarger, as staff recommendation to go forward with this.
Mr. Kohlbarger?
This present time, staff doesn't have a recommendation. Our recommendation, we were going to give it on the next item because it has to do with the air sampling and everything. If we're going to repair the roof, yeah, we need to repair the roof completely. That's staff's recommendation.
Thank you. And that has answered my question, but again, I wanted it on the record that those things were asked and done. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bent?
Kenny Bent, B-E-N-T. Yeah, I believe Matt is working on the wording for the scope of work on that. That's basically what we wanted to do, is make sure that everybody's contracting on the same page, pretty much. So, but I'd also like to consider, like Mr. Clendeman mentioned here, that there is a patch on the roof. That's something we also consider, because that seems to be the whole reason why mold has not been remediated. I think it's something we need to look at being done very expedited also. I'm looking at the original Sport Trap report from December, which is actually the time of the year when the sport counts is the highest everywhere. The room A at that point, just a total spores per cubic meter was 160, and we're looking at now at room A, after this time, at the spore count of 6,400 per square meter, or cubic meter, sorry. It's causing a lot of unnecessarily damage having that building without ventilation, without sunlight, which are, of course, two things that need to be done. So I would consider possibly, while we're doing this RFP, that we consider getting the mold remediation done too. I have no problem in doing it ahead of time. I am under the feeling that it should be taken care of before we have workers in there, just to lower the liability there. Either way, I've also been told that the insurance company is not paying for any of the mold remediation, so it's something that apparently the board can go ahead with at any time. We could have done this any time. So I'd kind of like to see that maybe incorporated into this agenda item, that be done too. So.
Ms. Endersby?
So anyway, okay, that's all. Other than I'd like to see moving together on the whole thing, you know. So.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
You brought up a couple of good points, Mr. Bent, and I'd like to ask staff that if we proceed, Mr. Kohlbarger, that we are going to not impact the future remediation of the interior, because we need to look at what the assessment that was done through Beck requires of us. So is the roof repairs something that can be considered separate and apart from the repairs to the interior?
Mr. Kohlbarger?
Through the chair, Mrs. Endersby, yes, it has to be. You cannot do them at the same time. The insurance company has already stated that. Mr. Lewis and I was on the phone with them the other day, and then again we talked to Converse Consulting today, and they advised us that the roof must be repaired before the remediation is done. Therefore, it's going to be staff's recommendation on the next issue to talk about what we recommend.
Then I wonder if this should be just tabled for for consideration and final action after the other agenda items come up, Mr. Chairman.
That would be like these two, that 12 and 13 are in backward order?
They're
No, sir.
independent of each other.
They're independent of each other. You got to do the, Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
You have to do the roof first before the remediation.
But it seems like a lot of the discussion is falling on to 13 before we get to 12. So, I mean, that's why I'm looking at it as they're backwards, like we should have took 13 before 12 in order to be able to.
Actually, I see no problem with going forth and getting an RFP on the roof, both roofs at this present time, because again, we need to do the roof before the remediation, so we might as well go to RFP, because we already got the company that's gonna come in and do the mold remediation, that's Belfour. They've been recommended by the insurance company, and that's the group we're gonna use.
Until the roof is fixed, we cannot proceed with anything else.
So
Therefore, the number one priority is to get an RFP out, because it's going to take at least a month before it comes back before us, maybe 6 weeks before we can even get started on the roof. Nothing else can be done until the roof is done, because the insurance company was adamant about it.
So with a recommendation from staff, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to go ahead and direct staff to place a request for proposal or RFP in local and regional newspapers for the repair of the roof above rooms A and B separately in the main room of the Bob Roode Community Center.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further comment from the board?
Yes, did I hear you correctly, Mr. Kobarger, when you said the company has already been selected and that we don't have an open RFP process going on here?
No.
For which item, ma'am?
Well, you just referred to this one.
No, I did not. I tried to stay off of number 13. I respectfully requested from Mr. Darby that we just stay on the roof issue.
Yes.
Mold remediation, which is the next item, yes, we do have a company that will be coming in, but
Okay.
not for the roof.
I didn't understand that, so
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Sorry if I was confusing. I apologize.
Any further comments from the board? Mr. Calkin?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify again that this is not spending any money. It's simply gathering information to find out what it'll cost to repair the roof and different types of roof covering, the metal or what it's got on it now or whatever. It's just giving us information. We're not, just to help us make further decisions.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I just want to say that Ms. Endersby asked the same question I was going to ask, so it was very confusing the way it was stated. Very concerned about that. But we do not have a company already selected when we're going out for an RFP. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll open this up to public comment.
I'm not sure if when I spoke earlier, is this
You need to.
you were talking about that I had to wait for? When I was speaking on the public comment, you said it was an agenda item.
Yes.
The next item. You're on the next one.
Yes, it is.
There's 3 items, so.
Okay.
He's talking about repairing, so that's the next one. He's really under the next one.
Are you, am I okay to go?
Are you referring to the roof?
Yeah, to the roof. I'm referring to the mold and, cleaning up the mold and stuff, so.
That's the next item.
That's the next, okay, all right. All right, I'm glad I didn't sit too far away. Okay.
Yeah, Sam Jones, again, task force member. On this roof, we did do for the RFP, but we got shackles on us, okay? This task force has shackles on us. Every time we try and make a decision, Mr. Kobarger refuses to give us any kind of information, written information at all. He said it's all being handled by telephone. And he will not, he absolutely said he will not give us, Harley, don't say nothing, let me finish.
No, point of order.
I'm saying right now that he will not give us any information in writing. And that's what we need as a task force to proceed with this community center, because we all know what's going on here. And I'm asking this town board to please take the shackles off of this task force and proceed to inform staff, who is your town manager, to give all of the information, written information, to this task force for the entire Bob Roode Community Center, which we've not gotten at all. He blatantly refused it, and we have him on recording saying that.
Dave Stevens, I've never heard so much yakety-yak. I've become down here on that board. All you have to do is call for some bids there and get the roofer to come out and fix it. You don't need all this legal yakety-yak here. If I had it, I'd had it fixed. I said, I'd have had it fixed in 2 weeks after the rain there. I mentioned that here one time. You people just don't know what you're doing. You're talking a bunch of stuff here. You don't know nothing about roofing or anything. If you do, I'd like to know what. The town manager certainly don't know anything. That lawyer don't know anything. All he knows is some legal mumble jumble.
Mr. Stevens.
What?
We need to stay on the point of the
I
roof,
didn't talk
not the
about
people.
anybody here now, Mike.
Well, you did. You mentioned Mr. Kohlberger, you mentioned the attorney. They're not roofers, we know
Well,
that.
I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. Can't even come in here and tell the truth anymore. Get the roof fixed. All you have to do is get a couple of, take 3 bids, 2 bids or whatever. The cheapest one's the one you want. You all know that. You don't need to go through all this yakety-yak here.
Anybody else for public comment? Seeing nobody else, we'll call for the vote to approve staff to place a request for proposal in local and regional newspapers for the repair of the roof above rooms A and B, separately the main roof of the Bob Roode Community Center. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 13, discussion possible decision to direct staff to open the main room of the Bob Roode Center as soon as possible after adding additional HEPA filters and air sampling proves feasible.
Okay. This, at the request of the task force, Mr. Kohlberger was asked to get the air tested so we could figure out where we are and could we open the main room. Converse was out here on Friday, and we have a preliminary report today. And I would ask that it be admitted into the backup. It came about noon. Am I correct, Mr. Kohlberger?
Is there any objection from the board?
None from here.
Are there enough copies for the audience? Yes, okay.
Mr. Colgan?
No.
No, I proposed it. I would like to turn this over at this point to Mr. Kohlberger.
Mr. Kohlberger.
I have a copy of the reports for each and every town board member for you. Okay. I have a copy of the report for each and every town board member. You were also emailed a report. I also have 30 copies here for the citizens. Will you put that out there, please? Anybody like to come up and get a copy of the report? I'd like to walk you through the report. I'll wait till it's all handed out. Mr. Lewis, would you come down here, please? Matt Lewis? Sure. Could you grab a chair over there, Matt, where staff usually sits on the other side, please? If that's okay with the town board. Mr. Darby?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Town board ready, sir?
Before we get started, been asked to make sure that, clarify which is A, which is B, and which is the main room, please.
We ready to go, sir?
Yes.
All right. What you have in front of you are the lab chain of custody report, which is page 1, and that deals with all the samples that Converse took and that they submitted to the Environmental Microbiology Lab, Inc. in San Diego, California. And that's what you're looking at there. It just shows you that the volume of the affected area, what they took, where they got them from, middle of room B, hall between room A and B, next to the restrooms, middle of room A, main area. The main area is the main area, the big area where we used to hold our meetings. In front of the stage, outdoors in front of the building, and outdoor in the back of the building. And these are exact same areas where they took the reports before, took the samples before. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis? You want to turn your mic on?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Page 2. You're looking at the spore trap report, non-viable methodology.
Easy for you to say.
Yes, it is easy for me to say. My tooth was in front of my eye tooth, and I couldn't see what I'm saying. But the important part is, Matt and I went over this morning when we got it. Basically couldn't make heads or tails out of it. Called Converse Consulting and spoke to Steve, who put together the report, or who forwarded the report to us, Mr. Steve Havens, his name is at the top. He works for Converse Consulting. He's also the same gentleman who came out and took the samples. So the report went directly to him, and Matt met with him on Friday. Is that correct, sir, Mr. Lewis?
That is correct. He came in Friday and did the sampling.
He pointed out 2 areas to us, and they are circled in your report. If you look at page 2, about 3/4 of the way down, it says penicillium and aspergillus. Don't ask me to say it again. The spurs collected in middle room A, which is the 3rd column over under PCC-IA-03 at the top. It's the 3rd column all the way over. The number is 1,300. And that was in the middle of room A. If you go down to the 4 under that, which is strat by tries. Yes, that's what she said. Stachybotrys. Okay, I'll go along with that. Go over that 3rd column again. It's 3,400. Now, the safe spore count is on the 4th page of the report. It says page 1 of 2. At the bottom and at the top, it says mold range, extended outdoor comparison, outdoor location SP-08-03, outdoors back. You got that, everybody at that page? If you go down to the penicillium aspergillus, the very high range for that should be 640. Ours is at 1,300, and that's a very high range of 640. And ours is at 1,300. And then if you go to the other one, Stachybotrys, the very high level is 40, and ours is at 3,400. So 100 times higher than where we're supposed to be, or approximately 100 times higher where we're supposed to be. And again, as you can see, if you go back to that original page that I was just talking about, the 2nd page of the report, the spore trap report, it has middle of room B. All that's fine. They did have some samples in there, but not to any high level. The hall between room A and B next to the restroom, which is in the 2nd column over, they had some findings, but again, it wasn't that high. It was okay range. The high range is as he called it, what do you call it, Matt?
Highly unhealthy.
Thank you. Highly unhealthy range is in middle of room A, and those 2, the penicillium aspergillus and the stachybotrys. In the 3rd page of the report, it talks about the main areas in front of the stage, and that's in the 1st column, or 2nd column. The 3rd column is outdoors in front of the building, and the 4th column is outdoors in back of the building. As you can see, the main area in front of the stage is fine, way below standards. And outdoors, obviously, has a little bit because it floats in the outdoors outside. In talking again with Steve, it was his recommendation that the only way we open up the building, any part of the building, is that we completely 100% seal off rooms A and B from the main activity hall and ensure that no air transfers from A and or B into the main room. And we asked him how to do that, and he gave us several options on how to do that. And Matt and I discussed it, and we can't guarantee 100% containment from room A into the main area. Mr. Lewis, you have anything to add to that?
Again, we cannot guarantee 100% containment. Do I feel like that the A room would be a safe environment? Very possible. To do so, they also recommended that if we were going to attempt to open the main hall for the festival, that we do air testing 3 more times prior to the event, after we took and masked it off and all that. And that's at $1,500 a pop. That is a concern of mine. I don't know how many of you were around when they first opened up the courthouse up there, when they had the mold issues up there, how that just went through the valley like fire. It was claim after claim after claim. That's my other concern. Even if I think it is safe, and even if it was at safe levels, after we have the festival, we open the building, we have visitors in the building, somehow they're not up to date of what's going on, and they hear there was mold in A and B, and now they get a cold, they're sick. Now we got issues where we have to pay to fight to prove to them that it was at legal levels. More money issues there. And that's my biggest concern, is the money that it will cost and could cost is worth the 3-day event. That's my concerns. Do I think that we could contain the levels at a safe level in the hall? I would say, in my opinion, most likely. Will we end up having to prove that later to somebody that gets the cold afterwards? Most likely.
It's going to be staff's recommendation, as I was trying to balance that between this item and the last item, didn't do well at. It's going to be our recommendation, and then when I say our, it's Matt and I's recommendation that we go ahead and do the roof, which you guys just gave us permission to go out to RFP, get the roof completely done, and then get the mold remediation done, and then rebuild the inside of A, B, and the restrooms, because there was another item that Steve, Mr. Havens from Converse Consulting talked about today, was that in room A, he wants the west hall, or west wall, from 4 feet and down, completely removed and redone. Is that correct, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, he has concern that there could be more mold down at the bottom level of the sheetrock on the floor. Something's going on to raise those counts, what's in that report.
And I know that's really confusing, what we basically gave you out. This is the preliminary report. This is actually the lab report. We will not get the final report until Thursday afternoon from Converse, which they will break down in a lot better way than what I just did, everything for you. But unfortunately at this time, we have to go by what the lab report states. And as you can see, middle of room A is an unhealthy high, is I believe the word he stated. And that in order to open up the main room, we would have to completely 100% seal it off. And as Matt stated, we could probably do that or come really close to it, but we can't guarantee 100% containment, which on a liability standpoint scares me and should scare the town board, because we don't want claim after claim after claim. We don't want one claim. We want a completely 100% healthy building if we open it back up to the public, because that's our main concern, health and welfare of the citizens of this community. And I know it's going to take another 6 to 8 weeks to get that building open. Our goal, as Matt talked about, is hopefully before Thanksgiving, so that we can have groups in and out throughout Thanksgiving and Christmas. Mr. Lewis, did I miss anything? Would you like to add anything, sir?
No, that's it.
We're open for questions, Mr. Darby, if the town board may have any.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
I just wanted to say that the mold that I always hear about in the news that makes people sick, the bad mold, is the one that they always talk about is the Stachybotrys, which is the one that we're unbelievably high on.
Mr. Culkin?
Mr. Kohlbarger, could you publicly state the requirements from the insurance company in regards to the testing, how often that would have to be done and everything?
Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please.
As Mr. Lewis talked on earlier, Converse's consulting recommendation would be 3 times prior. Once we open it, we'd have to do it 3 times prior to allowing the citizens in there. And again, as Matt basically stated, it's $1,500 a pop. So you're looking at $4,500 that, and we got $600 left from the insurance company, so we'd be paying $3,900 out of our own pocket. Is that the question, sir?
Yes. I'd just like to put some of these facts together. So we're looking at, say $4,500 in testing. Personally, I don't see that we could not do something to seal off the rooms. The problem is going to be that we have people that are sue happy. And as we know, the deductible for each lawsuit is $50,000. So if somebody decides to bring a frivolous lawsuit against the town for claiming they're sick over mold because they went in that building, we're looking at $50,000 to start off with. So financially, it just doesn't pay off to take any chances, from what I'm seeing here. I had talked to you about maybe getting a tent. Well, we can talk about that later on for the Fall Festival, for the arts and crafts or something. It's just unfortunate to the society we live in. Because like I said, I personally believe that it would be no problem to seal that room off and there won't be a problem. But that doesn't stop anybody from suing us. And each lawsuit is a $50,000 deductible, and you're talking about spending $1,500 to meet the meet the requirements of the insurance company. And if you don't do what they say, then of course they're not going to cover you. So now it's all on us to pay for the lawsuits and everything. So we're putting ourselves at a high risk, it appears, that if we go ahead and open that up, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
Thank you. Ms. Undersby?
Yes, I'd like to ask and advise that any conversations, any questions, any pursuit of information on the board's part or even the advisory board, the task force, is really to do our due diligence. So any cooperation and help from any of the entities, and I appreciate everybody's efforts in cooperating and sharing all that. The report that was out is the initial one, stated that at one point there should be a water and flood study in order to do our due diligence. And also that there was a note that we must give 10 working days notice to the U.S. EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, before any work can begin. So I just wanted to bring those out so that we are sure we all are aware that those steps need to be taken. And any information that comes forward, I appreciate the fact that you brought this up right away and allowed it to be entered today. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. In looking at the agenda item and looking at the report that Mr. Kohlbarger gave us, and looking at the fact that we have a task force advisory board that want to move forward, they should have the final report on Thursday, I think Mr. Kohlbarger said, or we will have that final report and we'll know what's going on with it. At this point, though, I think as Mr. Culkin said, it's not cost effective to the town, the community, or the health of our citizens to rush into something after looking at this report. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion. You're asking me if I had comments? Actually, everything that I could think of was answered through the discussion of the other board members. There was quite a bit of material here, quite a bit of data, answers that Matt Lewis gave, covered several of my issues. My main concern, like everybody else, is the health and welfare of our citizens.
I'd be glad to make a motion. I would move that we not open any rooms in the Bob Roode Community Center until the roof is repaired, the mold is remediated, and we get suitable air samples.
I'll second that.
Mr. Darby, if I may,
Yes.
can she amend her motion to say a clean bill of health?
That's, yeah, I like that better. Clean bill of health. You got a second?
I second the amendment.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Ms. Endersby?
Yes, may staff clarify who would give the clean bill of health and what would constitute a clean bill of health? Would a report?
Mr. Kohlberger.
Yes, after what we've been advised, after all the work is done, both on the roof and the mediation and the rebuild that Matt and his guys would be performing, Converse would then come back in and do air samplings in the exact same locations. And once the report came back that they were under the limits as prescribed, then we would get that clean bill of health through the insurance company via Converse Consulting. Did that answer your question, Mrs. Endersby?
Yeah. Yes, and clarification for the attendees also.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
No, that answered my questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open this up to public comment.
Butch Clendon, Chairman of the Task Force. It's been all along the task force has been trying to get the building open for the Fall Festival. And I'd like to throw out one more possible option. I agree that the liability is huge as long as the sport counts are high in the A and the B building. Now, I put it up here. If we can bring it up on the screen, everybody can see what we're talking about, the A and B building. You had asked the question, so I put it out so you could look at it. We can't take the chances, but I'd like to throw one more option out that we can give it a try. It would cost $1,500 more plus some HEPA filters. That building has been locked up for 7, 8, 9 months now with no circulation whatsoever. The original test had no problems with building A, if you look in the original report, which I have right here. The original total spore count was 160 in building in the middle of room A, where now it's recording 6,400. I think a large amount of that is we have a dark plastic over the room which promotes growth of mold. I think that dark plastic needs to be removed. It is sealed up behind the dark plastic. I think that's one thing that ought to be done right away. It's only going to help. It's not going to hurt. The other thing is what I would like to try, and again, it's a shot. It may not work. If we put HEPA filters in all 3 units, on all 3, A building, B building, and the main, turn on the AC, run it under normal conditions during the day for 8 hours, and run the fans 24 hours a day for the first 3 days. Change the HEPA filters, run it for 4 more days, do 1 more test. It's going to cost $1,500 to do the test. I'm aware of that. It's an option I'm trying to throw out. And do 1 more testing. If those numbers drop within allowable tolerances, then we could go forward with sealing off buildings A and B because we're under the limit. We'd be totally there. It would address the issues and the concerns about lawsuits because we would fall under the minimum and we could open Building A for the festival. It's an option I would like you to consider. It will cost $1,500 plus the HEPA filters. So I would like you to consider that option.
You said open Building A, you meant, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Chairman,
open the main hall, I'm sorry.
What was that timeline again that you, 3 days?
What I wanted to do is run that building's been sitting stagnant. The AC units haven't been running.
What was the time frame?
We could test it within a week. I would like that building to run under normal conditions for a 7-day period and then retest on the 7th day.
Thank you.
Mr. Darby, if I may?
Mr. Kohler.
You basically, I think you said, run the AC for 3 days, put HEPA filters in, run the AC for 3 days, change the filters, then run the AC for additional 4 days, then get the testing. Is that correct?
I would like to run it like if you were running the fall festival, you'd run the ACs during the day. When the building's closed, of course, you would shut the ACs off. I would like to see the ACs shut down because we want to conserve power and just run the fans. That's going to circulate the air through those HEPA filters. That might drop the spore count. If we can get the spore count down, then we fall under the same scenario of reopening the building. You've tested once. If it fell under the normal limits, we could proceed with sealing off the building where the town and everybody else would feel safe because the spore counts are down to open the main building. You'd still want to seal off A and B buildings as required, which would be a hard shell, seal it up and caulk it where they'd feel comfortable that nobody could penetrate that air. Even if the spore count was down, you wouldn't want them to go in there because it hasn't been, everything else hasn't been remediated. We're looking at getting the spore count down. Then if you get the spore count down, that actually brings some other scenarios into the agenda. It's safe to work in there now. Now, when you go to remediate the mold, you would have to have your normal protections. You would have to test again. It would eliminate the options there would be issues about suing the town because of the mold count being too high. It's a Hail Mary option to get the main building open for the fall festival. And I'd just like you to consider that, and that's all I'm doing.
You did answer the question. It's 3 days and 4 days.
3 days change?
7 days total, do the test on the
Right,
7th day.
right. The question was answered. Thank you.
It's an option.
I write it down.
Yes, sir.
Kenny Bent. I would like to ask Mac one quick question, and that was in regard to, you did put a temporary patch on the roof over A and B?
Yeah, we did actually patch the roof last Tuesday. After the rains on Saturday, I checked it on Saturday. Very little, we couldn't find anything actually obvious in the A room. In the foyer between the two buildings there was a little water that came down, followed one of the AC ductings down, and dropped between the trusses. The archway that was the original issue, where the big issue was completely dry. It was completely dry in that area.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to go back to the original Converse procedure, and they did say patch or repair. Now, we've got these concerns of the health. We're going all around. We're still not dealing with the issue. Our RFP going out on the roof is there's going to be sheeting removed. We know there's some damaged sheeting in that roof. You still have the mold under there. We're exposing the roofing company to that if it's not remediated. We are paying for the remediation. It's a matter of a day or two. What's happening now is we're seeing this spreading across the building, partly because we're not allowing sunlight and ventilation, which are the main two things that cause mold to not even get going in the first place. So we're denying that. We're compounding the problem on a regular basis the longer we avoid this. It's the very reason, the mold not being remediated is the very reason at this point, I'm not comfortable opening the main hall either in that regard. Instead of just running the filters, I would like to see the remediation just gone in and done. There's a patch on the roof. We qualify under that procedure. That mold should be removed before we have people working in there, or you're still sitting in a somewhat same can of worms. At best, it's going to cost a lot more to get the roofing done because of that problem that workers would have to be made aware of. We got a bid from Belfour at $14,700, something of that area. It isn't going to change. If they're the ones being used, that price isn't going to change whether we do it tomorrow or whether we do it after later down the road after we've created a bunch more problems that we didn't need to. As like Mr. Clendenin said, those numbers, remember the original ones, the spore count in the per cubic meter at 160, that was done in December, which is the highest time of the season for that to be around, and it was low inside the building. It was actually higher outside. Now it's 6,400. Now we're talking about removing sheetrock halfway up the walls, where I don't know why this just isn't done. He's got a patch on the roof. We qualify under that. Anyway, I hope the point was made. We need to get rid of the mold. Okay, thank you.
Dean Brooks, citizen of the county. These two gentlemen here have just really nailed it down. What we have got there, and I don't understand why, we have an incubator for mold. That's what the condition of the building is. It's an incubator for mold. Take the gotten plastic off, get some air in there. I can go in there with some Clorox and remediate the damn thing. You ever see what Clorox does to mold? It kills it instantly. Do the remediation now. I don't care what the insurance company said. It doesn't matter. You got to fix the roof first before you get rid of the mold? No, that's backwards. Get rid of the mold so you're not contaminating the new material. It's insanity to me that we create somebody, I don't know who, wants mold growing in there, it seems like. Get rid of the mold first. That's got to be the first issue. I've dealt with this kind of stuff in the past. You got to get rid of the mold first. The mold's gone, then you do your repairs. If you got sheetrock in there that needs to come off, get it the heck out of there. I mean, these last two gentlemen that spoke are right on. That thing could be ready for the fall festival. If we go in and just get rid of the mold, then do another count. You're going to find out the thing's a big change. But right now, since it was closed up, it's just incubating in there. We need fresh air and light on this whole operation, plus the building. I'd like to take the next minute and emphasize what I've just said again and again and again. Get rid of the mold. Shut off the incubator. Get the plastic out of there. Get some air in there. I'll shut up.
Yes, I'm Louis DeCanio, Pahrump resident for more than 8.5 years here. And I'd like to talk about the community center fiasco that's been going on for more than 8 months, going on 9 months. Now, like I said before, I will personally volunteer, along with several other volunteers, to go into the community center and clean any mold or any other toxic substance that has been created by the person or persons who closed up the building as tight as a clamshell and covered the windows with black plastic. We will sign waivers to release the town of any responsibility to the volunteers associated with the cleanup. All we need is your approval and someone with a key to open the door, and I'll tell you what, we can start cleaning this thing up tomorrow instead of waiting more months and stuff. We'll do the cleanup on a volunteer basis with no cost to the town. Why don't this town board make a decision tonight so the residents on Pahrump will know one way or the other what the future of the Bob Roode Community Center will be. This town board should stop acting like politicians and start acting like business people. Because for the community center to be closed down for more than 8 months, it shows a lack of leadership and a lack of respect to the residents of Pahrump who view the Bob Roode Community Center as a part of Pahrump's heritage. Open the door and let us get to work, and we will show this board what a few Pahrump volunteers can accomplish. All we need is your approval to open up the doors and windows, and all the spore count will go down immediately. Closing all doors and windows and covering them with black plastic for 8 months was a major contributor to the high spore count, which was done intentionally, which should be considered a criminal act. Let us bring in fans and bleach the walls to get rid of all the mold. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to take a sponge and remove any mold. Quit stalling and let us move forward. Thank you.
Don Cox, like he said, 8 to 9 months that building's been sitting there. Why wasn't this step being done now? Why wasn't it done immediately after that water got in there? We wouldn't be sitting here tonight discussing this. We'd be sitting over there getting ready for this year Fall Festival and have that building open. There's some negligence going on in this town, and I'd like to see somebody find out who's doing it. Now, the plastic's been brought up several times tonight. Me and my wife, we've took care of mold. We're not dead. It's like Mr. Brooks said, bleach will kill mold. If anybody doesn't think so, then they're an idiot, because that's how you kill mold. Now, there's no reason for this community center to be sitting there closed over the Harvest Festival. You sheetrock both sides of those doors, and you tape them off. None of that stuff's gonna come out A and B into the main room. None of it. It's gonna be sealed. And lawsuits? So what? So what if you have to pay $50,000 to protect yourself? Nobody has a problem in the county or in this town, on this town board, spending money for studies. Nobody has a problem doing it. Spend it where it needs to be spent. We'd like to see our community center open back up and have our town board meetings where they're supposed to be by law. Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Bobeck, Pahrump resident. When we hired the mold experts, are we sure that we told them what we wanted, that we wanted the mold to be reduced and not to be grown further? Because it seems to me that the steps that have been taken have caused it to grow. That's obvious from the report. There are devices available. Some of the things that can kill mold are ultraviolet, bleach has been mentioned, and ozone. Ozone is natural in the air, created by actions in the atmosphere, and fresh air contains ozone. But there are also commercial units you can buy for under $500 that will treat up to 4,000 square foot area. What you do is you close it off. No one can go in there. Ozone is rather unhealthy in high concentrations, which is why it kills the mold, and saturate the place for a period of days. And this ozone gets into all the cracks and crevices and kills and destroys the mold. And this could have been done for $500. That's all I get to say.
Since we're on the topic, John Pollock, Acting Chair, Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board. A simple fix could be possibly getting a high CFM confined space fan that would be appropriate for OSHA for confined spaces, to have that as an exhaust fan, bringing air into the main area to keep it under positive pressure at all times. Also, to monitor, we could lease instrumentation for temperature, humidity, and mold count to protect ourselves from lawsuits also. If we want to really open up the main area, Scott Lewis would be able to tell you what type of CFM fans we could order for that. I'm sure he uses it with the fire department. But if we really want to get that place open, there's ways to do it. The NWRPO works with the Desert Research Institute, and they have the wherewithal to find the instrumentation to make it safe for us to open up the area also. So there are ways to do it if we really want to do it, if you want to do that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
You need to turn the microphone on, Judith.
Okay. Judith Holmgren, Pahrump resident.
I was just looking over the spore trap report, and where they, for example, where they have the penicillin aspergillus types, and it says outdoor back of building, and they give 53 spores per cubic meter. And they don't list any spores outdoors in front of the building. Yet on the following sheet, which is one of two, I guess their summary sheet, we see penicillin aspergillus types 530. And even though there is nothing mentioned for outdoors in front of the building, there seems to be 320 on the page 2 of 2. I'm just wondering if this shouldn't be gone over carefully and find out whether this 530 might be a typo and should be 53. You see the 53 outdoors back of building, and then when you turn to page 1 of 2, your summary page, it says penicillin aspergillus 530. So I just happened to notice that, and perhaps someone should go over this report and check to see that all of the transfer of data from one page to the other has been done properly. Thank you.
Andy Alberti. Since we're on the subject of how much mold is in this building, I'd like to suggest that the town inspect every other building that you own to see what the comparison is between the mold levels in this building and the other buildings that you have. Since we're concerned about public health, maybe we ought to look at some of them, because I'm hearing that there was some water leakage at the annex building, and I don't think anybody's ever tested it for mold there. And on the subject of how much this costs, the town has blown money in the past on things that I thought they never should have spent money on. But this has to do with the fall festival and having a good festival, or whatever we're calling it these days. And I think you set a number. Let's not spend more than $10,000 to get this building open in time for the festival and finish the rest of the work later. But let's do something. Let's not delay it anymore. And I think the comment that they've been making about the black plastic on the building, keeping the light out, you guys got to think about that and ask your consultant what he thought. Thank you.
Donna Cox, CCSC. I'm looking at your report here that you received, and one of my comments is that I don't see a cover sheet or a letter with this where there's an explanation of the figures that come from this Mr. Steve Haven. I don't believe that neither Mr. Lewis or Mr. Kohlberger are really qualified to be the ones that are analyzing this test. There should have been some kind of a cover sheet with a report that analyzed this sheet for you, or this results for you, that came actually directly from the man that sent this over. I think you should call him and get his opinion if you're worried about lawsuits. And I'd like to talk about lawsuits really quick. If a person's going to go and file a lawsuit, it's up to the person filing that lawsuit to prove that they got sick from this building, not prove that, or you don't have to prove this building did not make them sick. The burden is on them to prove that they have a lawsuit. I cannot see anyone going that walks into the building, spends a half an hour doing something and leaving, creating a lawsuit. The other people that are going to have the building open for the festival can all sign waivers stating that, you know, if there's an issue, that they're not going to sue anybody. According to this report, there's more mold on the outside of the building than there is on the inside of the building. And we all know that every building has some type of mold spores. I suppose there's mold spores in this building, even though it's new. Mold gets into everything, and it does come from the outside and come in. And it does look like somebody has created a lot of that mold, whether on purpose or accidentally, by putting that black plastic up. At this point, that black plastic needs to be taken down because you're creating a liability. As far as the price of testing goes, I understood that the testing was included in the brownfield grant. I don't think you're going to have to pay anything to have these other tests done. That should have already been included. This test, I believe, was paid for by that grant. If you look in the study, you'll see the information that I'm talking about. Talking about a clean bill of health, let's clean that building up and let's give it a clean bill of health. We've got 3 weeks to do it in. What is wrong with having Mr. Lewis's crew going in there and cleaning up at least the main room and sanitizing the air? There's all kinds of things to sanitize that air with that would kill any spores that are in there. Every house has mold in it. I've stayed in motels that have mold in it. I'm not dead. I've had houses that have had mold in them. I went in and cleaned up the mold and lived in them for 2 or 3 or 4 years. I've not had any problems. My family hasn't had any problems. I just think this needs to be common sense. If it was your house, what would you do? You would have your report come from the insurance company, you would hire somebody to fix the roof, and you would get in there and clean it, and you'd be living in it most of the time while you were having it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens again. Might pay this town to buy a mole sniffer. I don't know the real name, but it's like I used to, when I was on the ships, I'm a gas man. And we used to put a flame safety lamp or a sniffer down there and see if there was any gas in there, and we'd send the guys down the hole and clean the tanks. They had the tanks all clean, but they don't know whether they were gas-free or not. But I'm thinking they've got mold sniffers that does the same thing. And it'd be worth checking into. You'd have to go through the other thing after you make sure, but $1,500 a pop's quite a bit of money if you could work something like that. I'm not going to talk anymore. That sounds about all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
You gonna make it, David? You want some help?
Oh, I try like hell. I get out of here all right.
You be all right?
Yeah.
Phil Huff, it's kind of disappointing that we wouldn't be able to have the arts and crafts because that building isn't available. But what's really disappointing is that it wasn't fixed a long time ago. When I was in college in the chemistry class, we grew spores and bacteria in a petri dish. The rule is you close it and put it in the dark and it grows like a son of a bitch. And if you take a building and seal it and make it dark, you're going to grow them like a son of a bitch. And you don't have to be a genius to do that. And that's what happened. Whoever sealed it up ought to be put in jail or under it. It's the most stupid thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's still sealed up. Stupidity is preying on stupidity. Anyway, it would be very nice if it was opened up, aired out, and guess what? There is no mold spore anywhere in the world that can grow without moisture and a sealed atmosphere. All it needs, light and air, and it's gone. And if you have to, you go in and you can use a garden sprayer with bleach in it and spray any place that you supposedly have mold, and it's gone. And it doesn't come back if you kill it. It has no resurrection values to it. But it'd be very nice if it was cleaned up. It only would take a few days to clean the place up. And it was interesting that DeCanio gets up here and says that he'll put a volunteer force to work and go and fix it up. And I'm sure a lot of people went, ha ha, that's really stupid. Isn't that really something? But you know what? Just think about this. Where'd the building come from? The volunteers built that building, and the volunteers built the A and B. One thing they didn't do right was put a pitch on the roof, unfortunately, and that's part of the problem. But that's where it came from, and to suggest that you couldn't do that again is fallacious.
Can you back away from the microphone a little, please?
Excuse me. I got excited. All right, so that it's a possibility. If you wanted to do it for the fair, you could do it. If you don't want to do it, it won't happen. We'd like to be able to put the arts and crafts in there. Thank you.
Yeah, Kenneth Oxborough. I've been a resident here for 35, 37 years, something like that. And this is a bad reflection on you people up here. You've hired a man to run your town, and he actually tells you what to do.
Mr. Chair, we're not on that.
And this is
Point of order.
and this should have been taken care of if had this town been run right from the get-go.
We're talking about the agenda item. We're not talking about the town manager.
Well, he's the one that closed it down, isn't he?
We're still not, you can't, our rules of order, you're not allowed to badmouth or slander or talk about.
Well, I'm talking about you guys. And you're not looking very good right now. Thank you.
My name's Robert Smith, S-H-M-I-T-H. I got one question. Who put the plastic up and I want their name?
See, now this is public comment. All I can do is take your comment.
I got one more thing. I've already called 60 Minutes.
Point of order.
A long time ago.
Point of order. You have the ability to answer him if you want to.
Thank you.
Read Robert's rules.
Please continue.
I think I have a right to know who put that plastic up. I'm a taxpayer here, and my taxes pay all these people's high-paid salaries that are so much overpaid, from the sheriff's department clear on down through whatever in this town. I got one more comment, and I'll get up and leave. I shouldn't have came here tonight because it doesn't accomplish nothing in this town. But I've already called 60 Minutes a long time ago. You know what they told me? There is a tape available in their archives for $100 a copy. About 12 years ago, they had a program about this county and town. And you know what they said about Nye County and Pahrump? It's the most corrupt place there is in the United States of America, and it is.
Point of order. It's off the topic.
No, I'm not off the topic.
The topic is the Rood Center. It's not 60 Minutes. It's not 12 years ago.
And their last comment was,
Point of order.
you don't want to hear the truth, do you, Vicki? They said that this town was run by the dumbest and the worst people in the United States of America. And if you don't believe me, call them and order a tape for $100 a copy. In 18 months, this town's going to be a
Thank you,
ghost
Mr.
town.
Smith.
I'm tired of it. Most rotten town there is in the face of the United States of America.
Richard Goldstein, Pahrump resident. I wasn't going to do this, but I'm gonna. We've been sitting here for the last 45 minutes arguing about this. There is one solution to the whole thing. Take the damn plastic down, let the air in, and let's see what happens. Thank you.
Linda Bond. I am an asthmatic. I am allergic to mold. If you get it cleaned up, could you put a thing on the window so we know?
Any further public comment?
Mr. Chair, before we close public comment, Mr. Boraski, do you feel that you could address the fact and the question regarding your moving to send the recommendation to the town board, your motion that was in the Monday, August 12th meeting minutes? The motion said that you moved to send a recommendation to the town board that they do whatever is necessary to open the main room after rechecking it and adding another HIPAA filter. And then it was seconded by Mr. Anderson. So I'd just like your comments as to why you made that motion.
Butch Boraski, B-O-R-A-S-K-Y. I made that motion to move it, to ask the town board to move forward on opening up the Rood Center. It seemed to be the consensus of the whole committee to go in that direction. To follow up on it, I don't know where you want me to go and what you want me to say. I'm not sure.
You feel then that through that motion that it is the correct thing, and that's what I'm trying to get a feel for why you made the motion. If you think that with your knowledge of buildings and your knowledge of why these precautions are taken, and certainly what the future needs to be looked at before any decisions are made. You must have been able to look down the line and say that that is something that is beneficial if we open it up, that it's not going to be detrimental to the long-term remediations or long-term repairs that need to be done. Is that my understanding by you making that motion, that you feel that that is not going to be detrimental?
Well, I'm not going to take on that responsibility. That's yours. You're the town board.
But you made the motion.
Yeah, I know I made the motion, and the recommendation was made to you. Tonight, we have more information than we had before, and I do believe you should listen to the task force, and they've given you some really good guidance on how to go, and it's your call. You've got to make the decision. Don't bounce it back to me. You've been provided with comments from Mr. Clendenin and everybody else on the board that there are ways to deal with this. We're just getting a little impatient that you don't go ahead and move forward and do something, and that the clock keeps ticking. And it looks to me right now that the Fall Festival and using that building's out the window the way things are going. So I'll let my chairman speak. That's his job. But why I made the motion, I think I made it pretty clear that we wanted to get that building open for the use of the community, what it was intended for.
Thank you.
If I may.
No, I'm sorry, you've already spoke on the issue.
Okay, I just wanted to address the issue, not a problem. Not a problem.
He's the chairman.
It's public comment, and you're allowed to get up and speak one time during public comment.
Rules are made to be broken. I think he needs to speak again.
And with that, we'll call for the vote.
Mr. Chair? I have one thing to say first, and so does
Could you take some additional board
Culkin.
comments, please?
Mr. Culkin.
Well, I would imagine, I see looks on it, I think the whole board would like to make some comments, so maybe if you want to, I don't mind starting, but if you, whatever you want to do.
The comment.
Called on you.
Okay.
Please make your comment.
You know, I'd like to read a quote from Albert Einstein. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. I'm sitting there listening to everybody complain, and you're totally focused on, we got to open this building up, and you don't seem to care about lawsuits or health problems or nothing. And I had mentioned earlier a tent. See?
BS. I'm sorry.
Please keep your comments to yourself.
I can't.
Then I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I'm not leaving. You know what?
All right, that's it. 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Well, if he'll keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, I have comments. Just a second.
Seats.
Mike, you need to be sending out more letters. You need to be sending out more letters. Mr. Smith, Mr.
I
Brooks.
wrote their names down to receive letters.
Oh, man, this is ridiculous. I got one more thing to say before you close. Comment, because I'd like to bring up the point that room A has no plastic. That's where the mold is. You know, we're hearing all about the plastic. The plastic is on over the door of the entryway. There's no plastic in room A where the mold is. So, that's all I have to say.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Were you finished with your comment, Mr. Colbert, or Mr. Culkin?
No, I wasn't. What I was trying to point out by that quote is that for some people, the root center seems to be this little simple problem of just opening it up and business as usual. But speaking for myself, I'm trying to look at the whole future of that building and everything. I look at that building as a nice old car that I like. And in this case, it happens to be a Model T. And no matter what I do to that Model T and try to make it up as best shape as it could possibly be, it's limited. And no matter, it's just never going to serve the needs of this community. Like if I had a 60s car, I could refurbish that, of course, and then I wouldn't think twice of driving it to LA or whatever. But like a Model T, no matter what I do to it, and that's how the root center is for this community, it's never going to serve the needs of this community today nor tomorrow. So we have to look at everything. I don't want to put a ton of money in something and then end up throwing it away. So we have to look at everything. When I read the quote, what I'm trying to get people to think, what's our immediate problem? We would like to have something for the arts and crafts show to be able to function for this fall festival. Isn't that really the immediate problem? And so I had spoke to Mr. Kohlbarger possibly about renting a tent. And due to the past few years of fall festivals, I think there's enough room in the center of the Petrick Park to go ahead and put a tent up to have that. And then we solve the immediate problem of being able to put on something for our fall festival that we have. And so, and I don't know how much it costs, but we'll look. But at least I know that no one's going to sue me over mold on it, because that's just it. And those comments about, well, if the test says there's no mold, that don't stop anybody from suing us. And that doesn't, then we have to pay the deductible. And that, you know, we've had to wait for a lot of reports to come back and everything. And finally, now we have information, we're still collecting information, and then we'll be able to sit down and determine what do we really want to do with this building. All I wanted to do at the moment was get the main room open. But due to the mold being as high as it is, then we got problems. I listen to people come up here and talk about stuff like the plastic in there. Well, what do we hear? We heard room A, which is the southern room. It doesn't have any windows and doesn't have any plastic in it, and everybody's carrying on about this plastic. Well, that's funny. There isn't any in that room. And that's where the mold's the most. So people come up and you don't even know what you're talking about. And, oh, you'll go in there and do this and do that and remediate the problem. But the problem is that you're not certified to do it.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we should attack the audience.
So I'm just trying to answer some of your questions. For us, would you please be quiet? I don't interrupt you when you talk. Order!
Public comment, you interrupt everybody.
George
Yeah,
gets
sure.
a letter too.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm here for the people that aren't here. I'm here for the people, the children that don't have a future, because we listen to you people. I'm not politically correct, and I don't care. We'd go nowhere. So I rest my point.
Excuse me? Ms. Parker?
Yes, I wanted also to mention the fact that there is no plastic in room A. The plastic is in the entryway, and the mold is in room A.
Did you have a comment, Ms. Endersby?
Not at this time.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I would like to just add a couple things. I know we're talking about the main room and we're talking about rooms A and B, but today I was talking to a couple people from Beck Environmental, and I know we're having our task forces meeting on Friday, and I asked them as experts if they're willing to volunteer their time to come and answer some of the questions for our task force. And they are willing to do that. They're not on the agenda, but they'll be there just in case you have questions. A lot of their information that I received today, along with Mrs. Endersby, is the fact that if we move too fast on some things, it's going to cost the town a whole lot more than what we're talking about. We do have a brownfield grant, and on some steps, if we take it, we nullify those grants. And so a lot of the things that you're saying that let's go ahead and do this, if we disregard everything and increase your taxes by about 400% each, then we can do those things that some of you are saying. But if we don't raise your taxes, if we leave it as it is right now, we need the funding. We need the funding that we can get from those grants. So we've got to go by the rules that have been put in place for us, not the rules we've created. So those rules are there. And again, the people from Beck Environmental, they will come on Friday to answer the questions for the task force. So I'd like the task force to put together some questions for them. These are experts in procedures as well. So use them. I've already talked to Ms. Parker about it as the liaison, and she knows they're coming. So again, it's to help all of us move forward and be educated in the proper way of doing these things.
Can I ask you to take your phone call outside, please? Ms. Cox? Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Waters, was that it?
That was it. Could you repeat the last part? I'm sorry.
They will make sure that we have the proper procedures and the proper timelines. Some of the things that I think they will tell you as far as things across the country in dealing in very similar situations like us, it takes a lot longer than the time that we've taken. And again, they are the ones that deal across the country, and they can answer those questions. So I'd like the task force to go ahead and use that expertise. We'd like to get the Bob Root Center or a community center open as soon as possible. Mr. Clendenin is right on a lot of the things he's saying, and I applaud him for being the chairman of this task force. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, just to also state that the study itself, I believe, took at least 6 months to get everybody in line, if I'm correct on the timeline that I was told, and 3 months to complete. So I know there's concern and questions when you don't know all the information, and the Beck people that are willing to come answer those questions for you can clarify some of those issues that you have. And I think if you would listen to what they have to say and help in understanding that there isn't a conspiracy, there isn't a desire to keep it away from the public, at least not on my part, and on anybody that's working as consultants. That's not what their purpose is. Their purpose is to give us the information and let us utilize it. And I don't believe the staff has that purpose either. But we certainly need to do our due diligence. That's a responsibility you gave us when we were elected, and we want to do it as thoroughly as possible, but meet your needs also and your requests. On the other hand, you need to help us look at all of the information, so please do that. And understand that it's dynamic in its movement because the information comes in as we can acquire it. So I certainly want to make sure it gets shared with you at the same time. Thank you.
And with that, we'll call for the vote. The motion is to direct staff not to open the main room of the Bob Root Community Center until the roof has been repaired, or mold has been remediated, and the building has received a clean bill of health. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0. There has been a request to hear item number 10.
I also had a request on 7, which will go very fast.
What is your request on item number 7, Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I had a request on that. That goes very fast. We approve that every year.
Actually, 6 is. Is there any discussion about moving those 2 agenda items with the board?
It's okay with me.
Any objection to moving those 2?
No, sir. Any objection?
I missed most of it.
We want to move 7 and 10 up.
I have no objection.
Mr. Calkin? No. So we'll hear item number 7 now, and then move on to 10.
Yeah.
So it's discussion and possible decision to request the town board to sponsor the 2012 Pahrump Valley Community Children's Annual Easter Egg Hunt being held on April 7th, 2012 at 9 a.m. Beatrick Park and B Field and Playground area.
Where's the Easter egg man? This is something that we have done every year. Let me make a motion that the town sponsor the 2012 Pahrump Valley Community Children's Annual Easter Egg Hunt held on April 7th, 2012 at 9 a.m. at Petrick Park.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion by the board? Ms. Endersby?
Does that entail a cost? I don't know if there's a support that we
Nope.
give. We just sponsor it and.
They
Thank
use the
you.
park.
Why does it need to come?
Is this a request to be under the town's insurance umbrella?
Yeah, that's why we sponsor it. Save them from going out and get the insurance on it.
So it's not a fiscal responsibility, it's just an insurance responsibility?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Waters?
That answered my questions as well.
Any further comments by the board?
I'd just like to comment that it's nice that someone planned well in advance and put this on early instead of waiting until the last minute.
Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote for the town board to sponsor the 2012 Pahrump Valley Community Children's Annual Easter Egg Hunt being held on April 7th, 2012 at 9 a.m. Beatrick Park. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Told you it'd be very fast.
Item number 10, discussion possible decision to adopt a new agenda behavior warning to be placed on the agenda cover sheet.
Yeah, that one's mine. We've had a couple of behavior warnings on the agenda that have offended members of the public, and so I asked our attorney to write a neutral behavior warning, and he actually gave us a choice of 2. And I think that I would like to move away from the controversial behavior warnings to something pretty generic.
Is there any preference as to which one of these two?
I actually preferred the second one because it said that it was not against the right to speak publicly. I don't have it up in front of me right now. I'm still looking for it, or I'll read them both.
It's in the backup.
Yeah, I know. I have to pull it up on my computer. Hold on.
Page 22.
I can read it for you if you'd like.
Yeah, go
Ms. Parker.
for it. Read both of them for me,
All right,
please.
number 1, abusive, inflammatory, slanderous, offensive, irrational, or threatening comments or behaviors toward the board, town employees, or any persons in the board's presence will not be tolerated. You may be asked to leave the podium or removed from the meeting. Number 2, audience members and speakers may not use provocative, rude, obnoxious, abusive, inflammatory, slanderous, or offensive comments. Any person who makes such remarks or otherwise disrupts the meeting with loud outbursts, shouting, threats, or other disruptive behavior will be warned by the chair that his or her behavior is unacceptable. If after receiving a warning, any person persists in disrupting the meeting, the chair shall order that person to leave and may utilize law enforcement to enforce that order. These rules are specifically permitted under Nevada law and do not violate anyone's constitutional rights.
And you said your preference was?
My preference is after tonight, it's definitely the second one.
Any comments from the board? Mr. Culkin?
Yes, I'd just like the first one, keep it short and simple, and you as chair have the authority to remove anybody that's disruptive, and I don't think we need to go into all this, telling them that, we're not violating your constitutional rights and going on and on about it. I think we should just keep it short and sweet, and then, like I said, as chair, you have the authority to carry out the rules, and that's it.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
I have no comment.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I guess I feel like Ms. Parker. I like number 2. I would prefer number 2, but I would like to, instead of saying under Nevada law in that last line, it says under Nevada law, but it's really the open meeting law. And I'd like it to state under Nevada open meeting law.
Legal counsel, you want to weigh in on this?
I don't have any issue with that change in the language. That's pretty well established discretion of the chair to maintain quorum in the open meeting.
Okay, I will entertain a motion then.
I would move that we put a new behavior warning on our agenda. Audience members and speakers may not use provocative, rude, obnoxious, abusive, inflammatory, slanderous, or offensive comments. Any person who makes such remarks or otherwise disrupts the meeting with loud outbursts, shouting, threats, or other disruptive behavior will be warned by the chair that his or her behavior is unacceptable. If after receiving a warning, any person persists in disrupting the meeting, the chair shall order that person to leave and may utilize law enforcement to enforce that order. These rules are specifically permitted under Nevada open meeting law and do not violate anyone's constitutional rights.
I'll second that motion.
You do realize I have to read that back.
I'll read it for you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by the board?
I would just say that, like I said, I kind of like the first one, but I'll go along with the wishes of the board, but none of it means anything if we don't follow through, and that's what's important. If we're not going to follow through with what we say, then it means nothing, and these people will continue with their attitude.
Thank you. We'll open this up to public comment.
Come on.
Yes, Ms. Cox.
Yes, Donna Cox. I'd like to speak on number 2 since that's the one that you've chosen. Where it says, "The chair shall order the person to leave," I think it should say, "The chair may order the person to leave." It should be it should be a decision of the chair. Shouldn't be something that is forced, depending upon the situation. And under Nevada law, where it says under Nevada law, they need to quote that are NRS. They need to actually quote the number on it. Not the NRS itself, just the number should be provided. And also, who is actually going to throw these people out or remove these people? It should be clarified, is the chairman going to physically throw them out, or Mr. Kohlbarger physically throw them out, or is somebody going to call the police? I think there needs to be some reference to the authority of who will do this. So I kind of have a problem with the way it's worded right now, but you could clean that up if you choose to with the motion. Thank you.
Karen Spalding. I want to really thank the board for bringing this up. It takes a lot of guts, I think, and it's going to take a lot of guts to follow through. There are people here that like drama, and for some people, it's fun. It's drama. They don't have anything on TV. They have their opinion. They've got to have their opinion thrown out so everybody hears it. It's drama to them. But to other people, it's stressful. It's very stressful. There's a lot of good people that like to come to the meetings. They don't like that stress. I don't like a room full of angry men and then throw a couple of guns in it. I just don't like that. It's uncomfortable. Now, I'd like to say that this should also not only count here, but it should count at the town office. I've been there when people have come in. They've been rude to the staff. I mean, they should have the rule there to get rid of them. But I also think it should be on both sides of the counter. The staff on this side and the public on this side. I think we should all be civil. You don't understand how many times a real estate agent or a business person thinking of coming to town, an agent might bring their client to a meeting because they kind of want to get the flavor of the town, and they get disgusted. It's not, and the people always complain about you guys, but the people in the audience are just as bad. They count that rudeness, and they may not want to come here. So I have been embarrassed bringing a client. So thank you so much. Now, calm down.
Dave Stevens. I will tell this board, this town manager, or that lawyer, I will say anything I want here as long as it's legal. That's the Constitution of the United States, and I've been in war and I'll fight for that. And anybody tries to throw me out of here, they might find it a little harder job than they think. I might be a little crippled. I still got a good right hook. Don't think I ain't, mister. Nobody's throwing anybody any place. I got out of kindergarten 77 years ago. I'm 82 now. And I got out of kindergarten 72 years ago, and that's exactly what they're trying to make, is a kindergarten out of this place. You used to come down to the town board and we could say something. Now you may just peep out a little bit, get out of here. Like that old gentleman back there, he's a nice man, I know him. Can't go and run people out and something like that. I wished I could talk more. I get sick when I come down here anymore. I probably should stay out here anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
I take that back. I don't thank you.
Before you start the clock, can I ask a question first, before you start the clock? This behavior statement, are we talking about the mission statement as well that's in here? Because according to the agenda,
item in the back, that's what you're talking about, that some people find the phrase constitutional republic as opposed to representative democracy. Because we're talking about the same issue here, right? Part of this? Okay, that's all right, then I can start then. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same topic. My name is Robert Hanson, Hanson. First, let me say that the following statement applies to everyone with the exception of Caroline Endersby. At the last town board meeting, the town board agreed to change the words representative democracy to constitutional republic. I don't think the town board realizes how insulting, infuriating, and wrong this action was. It is insulting because, for one, it is simply not true. And second, because as a Democrat, can see the true reason behind this proposal. This was put forth by a couple of very biased individuals who then proceeded to present only one side of the argument. We are expected to believe everything Phil Heider said because he claims to be a constitutional scholar, as if he is the only person who has ever read the Constitution, or that he is the world's foremost authority on the subject. However, even if we used Mr. Heider's own supposed evidence included in the paperwork that he submitted, nowhere will you find the phrase constitutional republic. Also, you will not find that phrase in any of the writings of our founding fathers. Just because someone claims to be a constitutional scholar doesn't make it so. I can think of another constitutional scholar who would disagree with Mr. Heider. His name is Barack Obama. I also bet that we can find some so-called scientists that claim the Earth is only 6,000 years old and man walked with the dinosaurs. Does that mean we have to listen to these crackpots and make Trump a bastion of ignorance? Another argument that was used in favor of changing the wording was the use of our Pledge of Allegiance. The use, for example, the part that says the pledge reads, "and to the republic for which it stands." No one has ever said that we are not a republic. What the pledge does not say is, "and to the constitutional republic for which it stands." This may seem trivial to some, but it speaks to my point. The complete lack of objectivity and the woefully inadequate critical thinking skills of this town board has led it to make a very poor decision. I shudder to think what would happen to the poor defendant who would have the misfortune of having this town board as a jury. You would listen to the prosecution only and then make your decision without ever having heard from the defense. This decision is infuriating because this town board was unable to see through this charade. It is nothing more than a blatant attempt to delegitimize the Democratic Party by removing the word democratic from our language. And just who are those that push this nonsense? One of the two who put this item on the agenda was here not too long ago, rambling on and on about how Obama was a Muslim and not an American citizen. Now, where would one get such ridiculous ideas? From Fox News, of course. And as study after study has shown, those who get their information from Fox are the most consistently misinformed. Whether one agrees or disagrees with what happened does not matter. At this time in our country, we find ourselves being divided on all sides by the powers that be. While the wealthy are busy raping and looting our country, they use their corporate-controlled media to divide the rest of us. We have neighbors fighting neighbors, Republicans versus Democrats, liberals versus conservatives, blaming each other for the state of our country. This is why the action of this town board is particularly disturbing. This town board is supposed to be nonpartisan. By changing the phrase that is one that is consistently pushed by right-wing ideologues, this town board has effectively taken sides. They are no longer nonpartisan and therefore are derelict in their duty to represent all the citizens of Pahrump. No one can argue that this issue is not political, that it is not born out of partisan politics. Okay, I'm going to skip some of it because I'm out of time.
On the agenda tonight, we are correcting that?
Yes, I know, and
your time is
I understand that. I have more, but I'll just yield. I think you get my point.
Thank you.
George Gingell. I don't really care what you put on the front of this thing, but maybe you ought to come up with something for you people up there. Because every time I come in here and sit and listen, it seems like you're not supposed to interrupt during public comment, but yet it happens every time. So maybe you ought to find some rules for yourselves. Thank you.
Yes, Louis DeCanio, Pahrump resident, and I'd just like to comment on, like everything that you've been talking about keeping the proper decorum here and stuff. I agree. Everybody has their own opinion. Sometimes people have differences of opinions. I've been in business back in Chicago with food and liquor license. Believe me, I've made more decisions with more people than you can imagine. I've dealt with problems, I've dealt with the law enforcement, I've dealt with the politicians, I've dealt with the punks, the thugs, and everything else. There's a way of handling everything, and it can be handled civilly. Believe me, it can. But here's the thing. Here's where I think the problem's coming in. When we speak under public comment, if you people could question us where we can clarify something, I think that things could be accomplished a little more. Under public comment, you say nothing, and we don't get an answer to nothing, which is frustrating. And sometimes that builds up in people. And like I says, we can deal like adults. We don't all have to agree because we'll never always agree. But we can show respect to each other. And even though I believe it or not, I know it's going to sound hard to believe, I don't believe everything that you guys say, but I respect you. I do. But you can't tell people that they can't speak on certain things. But I do agree that people can't have outbursts. They can't swear. They can't threaten nobody. And you can't tell them that they can't speak. You have a First Amendment right. And I carry an open weapon. I have a concealed carry card. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I want to protect myself. And believe it or not, if some nutcase came through that door and tried to hurt one of you guys, I'd be there protecting you. So for somebody to say they feel bad because people have weapons, believe me, the law-abiding citizens that open carry, you don't have to worry about us. It's a nutcase that you don't see his weapon. So we're here to protect you too. But I do agree that things have to be more on what I call a businessman level. We've got to get things accomplished. And to be honest, I've been a businessman. Like I said, I've owned businesses. But you can't go on and on for months and months and get nothing done. It gets frustrating. And I don't condone what I've seen here tonight. I don't condone it. But sometimes I can understand the frustration. All I'm asking is try to understand our frustration a little bit too. I understand that you people have frustrations. And believe me, we're residents of Pahrump. We live here. I plan on living here the rest of my life. Everything I say and do is for the future of this community because I plan on living here. So don't think if I say something that you might not agree with that I'm some nutcase or not. No, I'm trying to make it better for all of us. And like I says, I think that we can all get along if we can just talk more rather than have somebody talk and then not answer my question. Okay? Thank you very much.
My name is Debbie DePreta, D-E, capital P-R-E-T-A. I, for one, am entirely supportive of removing any mention of the type of government from the agenda behavior warning, as it is unnecessary verbiage which in no way would detract from the meaning or intent of the warning itself. Keeping the term constitutional republic or changing it back to its original wording, representative democracy, would most definitely be a political statement, offending many citizens of this town. It would further exacerbate the negative image the town has created for itself nationwide as a bastion of extremist views and policies. Not only does this reputation repel potential business development by portraying the town as intolerant, angry, rigid, backwards, and regressive, it also chases away current and potential customers who would otherwise spend their dollars here in town. I have lived here in Pahrump for almost a year, and in that time, I have immersed myself in the goings-on of this community. I am a trained sociologist, so looking at populations of people and analyzing the resultant societal structure is second nature to me. I have also lived in 8 different states and have been to all 50, seeing how America lives. I can unequivocally state that I find Pahrump not to be anything close to being mainstream America, and that is its unfortunate downfall. Were it not for the rather few educated, erudite, and sophisticated individuals who genuinely want to better this town, the myopic majority of attendees here at the town board meetings would have Pahrump become a stronghold of radical extremism. I have no political agenda in this town. I will be moving away soon enough. Actually, not soon enough for me. But as a current citizen, I urge the Pahrump Town Board to take the prudent step and put a stop to this controversy over semantics whose connotations are evocative of extremely divergent interpretation. There is much more at stake here than merely just words. And to those of you in this audience who continually accuse illegality and unethical behavior on the part of your elected officials and angrily rant about any number of issues in this public forum, as well as in the media, I can tell you truly, you are the ones who are hurting this town irreparably. Just at the last town board meeting alone, I heard such outlandish and provocative terms as carpetbagger, welfare state, and commie. Also read this town's newspapers' letters to the editor columns. Nothing but bullying and angry allegations. Learn how to express yourselves in such a manner so as no one would question your intelligence, education, knowledge, or political savvy. I trust this board will vote yes on this agenda item, specifically number 2, and delete any mention of government from the agenda behavior warning, as you seem to be temperate and thoughtful in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Marjorie Hanson. Hanson. Tonight I submit to you my public comment in reference to the last town board meeting over agenda item 11 and the passing of the change of verbiage from representative democracy to constitutional republic. After 2 weeks of in-depth research, I have found that nowhere in the United States Constitution is it declared that we are a constitutional republic. Even after researching the Nevada state constitution, I have found there is no reference to Nevada being a constitutional republic either. The state constitution reads as such. The Act of Congress approved March 21st, A.D. 1864 to enable the people of the territory of Nevada to form a constitution and a state government, and for the admission of such state into the Union on an equal footing with the original states, requires that the members of the convention for framing said constitution shall, after organization, on behalf of the people of said territory, adopt the Constitution of the United States. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this convention, elected by the authority of the aforesaid enabling act of Congress, assembled in Carson City, in the capital of the said territory of Nevada, and immediately subsequent to its organization, do adopt on behalf of the people of said territory the Constitution of the United States. Furthermore, using the Pledge of Allegiance as proof of a constitutional republic is faulty logic at best. The Pledge of Allegiance is not a legal document, but an oath of loyalty. The Pledge of Allegiance was written in 1892 by Francis Bellamy, who was a Baptist minister, a Christian socialist, and the cousin of socialist utopian novelist Edward Bellamy. Bellamy viewed his pledge as an inoculation that would protect immigrants and native-born but insufficiently patriotic Americans from the virus of radicalism and subversion. The original Pledge of Allegiance was published in the September 8th issue of the popular children's magazine, The Youth's Companion, as part of the National Public School celebration of Columbus Day, a celebration of the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas. The event was conceived and promoted by James B. Upham, a marketer for the magazine, as a campaign to instill the idea of American nationalism by selling flags to public schools and magazine students. Bellamy's original pledge reads as follows: I pledge allegiance to my flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And again, nowhere in the United States Constitution are we declared a constitutional republic. The preamble to the United States Constitution serves as a brief introductory statement of the Constitution's fundamental purposes. One last paragraph, one sentence long. At this time, I respectfully request that the town board please review their decision on item agenda number 11 from August 30th, 2011, and amend it accordingly. And I congratulate all of you for reviewing item number agenda, and I specifically support item number 2 also. Thank you.
Plus Saunders. It's kind of hard to follow them three. But anyway, I support number 2 also, but just a reminder of what I had to say if we didn't review this here. I'm not here to throw stones at our town board. You are my town board, okay? What decisions you make, I might hate you for about 2 hours, but hey, that's it. You're my town board. But I can be disappointed. And I was disappointed at that decision to put that particular item on the agenda. Now, I am 68 years old. I joined the Marines when I was 19, and I was in Vietnam at the age of 21. I was told when I went over there, I'm here to stop communist aggression and to help that country set up a democratic form of government. Well, my point is that democratic and democracy is the words that are being used. Even today, you know, our troops over in Afghanistan and Iraq is there to set up basically a democratic form of government. I was never told anything about, hey, I'm over there to set up a republic. You know what I'm saying? And they're not told that they're there to set up a republic. You know, and I did a little research also too, and I come to the conclusion, yes, the United States, they are a constitutional republic. But Nevada is not the United States. It's like a pie, the constitutional republic. We are a piece of that pie. Even our Nevada state charter says constitutional government and state government. It don't say anything about constitutional republic. And I'm glad you reviewed that because I thought it was a mistake. But mistake somewhat in judgment and somewhat in, you know, keeping a blind eye. Because the poison that is gripping our country now seems to be creeping into Pahrump. And we can't let a few individuals sway us into, you know, radical thinking and things like that. Like I say, I'm 68 years old. And if a person now that comes to this meeting don't know what country we live in and how our government works, then they are in trouble. We don't need to change anything. You know what I'm saying? I know who I am. They know who they are, and you know who they are. You know what I'm saying? My name is Kless. You can call me Jan, you can call me Vicky, you can call me Tom, you can even call me Caroline, but that's not going to change me. It's not going to change me. And what I'm saying, I don't care what name you give to this country, it's not going to change this country. The people have to change it, the attitudes have to change it, not a name. And I'm glad that y'all did review it, and I'm for number 2 also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else up for public comment, the motion on the table is to adopt a new behavior warning to be placed on the agenda cover sheet. Item number 2, the audience members and speakers may not use provocative, rude, obnoxious, abusive, inflammatory, slanderous, or offensive comments. Any person who makes such remarks or otherwise disrupts the meeting with loud outbursts, shouting, threats, or other disruptive behavior will be warned by the chair that his or her behavior is unacceptable. After receiving a warning, any person persists in disturbing the meeting, the chair shall order that person to leave and may utilize law enforcement to enforce that order. These rules are specifically permitted under Nevada open meeting law and do not violate anyone's constitutional rights. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report. Mr. Kohlberger.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, Mr. Balakour is not here to answer any questions. He is on vacation, but I'd like try and answer any questions if you may have some.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
I think that Mr. Kobarger should take a bigger hand in economic development. I think he needs to get more involved in it. Mr. Balakwi's been working on it a long time, but I really haven't seen a lot of results. That's all.
Mr. Calkin?
No comments.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I understand that Mr. Balakwe isn't here, and I regret that comments were made that he can't be here to address. But aside from that, if we could ask Mr. Kobarger to request Mr. Balakwe to look at the report that's here and outline, from what I could tell from my comparisons through the last few months, if he could outline the companies that are still active, the ones that are no longer active, and give status on those. And the coding is fine. I followed through the reports just using the coding. I don't need to know what they do, but just what the status is, and why we don't have a relationship with them any longer, and what needs to be done to work with the new ones, because I see 6 new possible developments that are listed on the last report. And if he could be present at the next board meeting to present that report so we could ask questions, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Darby, may I be allowed to read back what she stated, please?
Yeah.
Mrs. Endersby, through Mr. Darby, you want me to have Mr. Balakwe, outline companies still active, outline companies no longer active and why, and outline companies that are new and what needs to be done to try and bring them into the town of Prump. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, and I'd like that in a written
Written
report.
form, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. And
Dr.
again,
Warren.
Mr. Balakwe's on vacation. That's why he's not here tonight.
I know.
Okay.
Will you be back by the next board meeting?
I would hope so.
You never know. Dr. Waters?
Yes, I have several questions on the report. The second company, it shows no meeting, no phone, no computer, and there's no discussion or reason on the report.
So why is it there?
And, again, I wonder why we have it listed if there's nothing there. And down about, well, most of the way down the report, PFA 10CO7/11, set meeting 8 to 10 August, tour and meet businesses. That's over a month ago. Were there any results of the meeting or something else? More of an update. If he's going to give us under discussion and reason something that happened a month ago, we should have something more current.
Again, if I may, Mr. Darby.
Please.
Referring, Dr. Waters, you'd like to know 8/14/11, CPEV-9CO-0411.
Yes.
Why there's no discussion or reason. And then traveling down the page to 8/2/11, PFA 10CO-07-11. What's the status?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
And the one right above it, I guess more clarification on that one as well. 09/07/11. Just some clarification on that. And then the first statement at the bottom of the page, anticipate 2 or 3 leads. I like the way he said that, but anticipate 2 or 3 leads, is that positive leads that we're looking for? And I can make that assumption, but I hate making an assumption from someone else's report.
The assumption would be correct, and what he's talking about there is 2, possibly 3 renewable energy companies that are looking at Pahrump to set up shop or possibly relocate to Pahrump, sir.
Okay, and the last paragraph, well, number 1, I know you have those meetings, but I could not remember if they're weekly or monthly.
It's bi-weekly, sir.
Okay, bi-weekly. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any further discussion by the board? Okay, we shall move on to item 8. Discussion possible decision on the town board setting a date for a public meeting to receive the final report from Contour Entertainment. I believe that there was discussion about possibly having a special meeting. The times and dates on that, I personally took issue with, so I asked Mr. Kohlbarger to place this item on the agenda for the board to discuss having this be a single item agenda for a regular scheduled town board meeting. So here it is, and I'm bringing it before the board.
Okay. I have a problem with that, Mr. Chair. I also took offense to having a meeting during the day for the Contour report. It should be in the evening, but I feel that it should be, the Contour report should be in the evening, but it should be a special meeting. I don't like the idea of making our first town board meeting the special meeting, because all of the, our agendas are busy. Look at this now, it's 10:30, we've got a number of things to go. If we were to postpone all the items on the first October agenda, put it on the second October agenda, we'd be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. So I think that we need to hold a regular town board meeting on the 13th or whatever date that is, and set an evening date for the Contour report. That's my feelings on it.
Mr. Colton.
My main concern would be I would like to have it in the evening. I don't mind a special meeting. I'd like to most people, if possible, to be able to observe the presentation. I would consider, though, that Mr. Brown probably wouldn't want to sit here for a while listening to all the other stuff goes on, so a special meeting probably would be a little bit better, where we just focus on the one item and that's it.
Ms. Endersby?
Is it not possible that we could start a meeting earlier and have it on the same date and time as our regular meeting, but how long is the discussion projected to be? I mean, how long can we talk about this report? If we need a couple of extra hours, can we start the meeting at 5, put that first, and then go on to the rest of the meeting and not change our schedule? Is that, may I ask staff, how long could it take to discuss if we were to do it in a diligent way?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, Mr. Darby. If you're doing a diligent way, I'm thinking an hour and a half. If you allow a lot of public comment, I'm looking 3 to 4 hours. And what I'm making my judgment on is the hydroponics issue. We held a special meeting, thought it would be an hour long, ended up being 3 hours. And we all know that there's a lot of public comment on vital issues in this community, so I'm anticipating if it goes and you allow public comment on it, it could go 3 or 4 hours easy. That's just my opinion.
I think we could certainly change the format for that meeting, where we would only ask for a shorter public comment period. We could ask that only X amount of people address a pro and X amount address for against, and keep it to a restricted time frame rather than an open-ended time frame. We could structure our meeting, I think, and provide the input, provide for the public comment, but not necessarily just open it up for laissez-faire type of discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
I've thought about this long and hard, and the thing that I'm looking at is I'd like to see us use October 11th for a special meeting for Contour, but only if, and I want to emphasize, only if the next meeting of the town board is not a double meeting, which exactly what Mrs. Parker is talking about, where we have 55 agenda items, just because we couldn't have it on the 11th. If we could get a guarantee of that, I don't want to be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't even like being here till midnight. And we have one meeting in November, one meeting in December. We're running out of time. So again, Ms. Parker is absolutely right. We've got to cover the items that are for the town. But I don't want a marathon town board meeting just because we devote one to Contour. A special meeting would be the only thing that we could do. I would not want the two meetings together. I know Ms. Endersby stated that, but a 4-hour meeting before a 4-hour meeting is not what I like to do either.
Okay. Ms. Parker?
Yeah, I'm not willing to sit through 2 meetings in one night, and I don't believe that we should be limiting the public on that. If they want to speak, they should be able to speak. How can you say, okay, you 6 can speak, you 6 can't? There's no way that I would be comfortable in limiting it. So I agree with Mr. Kohlbarger that it would turn out to be a long meeting. So we either need to set a special meeting for Contour, or we do Contour meeting on our regular meeting and set a special meeting for us. But it seems to make more sense to make the Contour meeting the special meeting.
Mr. Calkin?
Mr. Chair, being as we're the previous week, we're going to be preparing and attending the Nevada League of Cities meeting in Mesquite. I think here's the option, and I'm going to make a motion. I make a motion that we have a special meeting starting at 7 p.m. on the 12th of October to hear Contour Entertainment's presentation.
What day is that?
That's a Wednesday.
You that probably is a RPC meeting. And so maybe you should let Mr. Kohlbarger schedule it sometime that week.
Well, how about
without specifying the date?
Mr.
Because this room has to be available and we have to work through the county.
I believe the thing would to direct staff to find available space and time to hold a special meeting.
Exactly, sir. If I may, Mr. Darby, you hit around a nail on the head. Also, as we've seen in the past, Contour does have a very busy schedule. They do a lot of traveling, and that's why I locked down Monday, October 3rd and October 11th with them already. And the 5 p.m. on October 3rd can be moved to 7 p.m. because I've scheduled this building right here from 5 to 8. Or we can do it on October 11th, and I would love to guarantee a no double meeting. I can only do that if the town board stops giving me stuff to put on the agenda. So it's not me, sir. It would be up, and I'm referring to Dr. Waters' comments earlier. It'd be up to the town board to not inundate the agenda. We would try and keep it very simple, very short, very sweet, because like you guys, we don't like being here till 1 o'clock in the morning either. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion. Mr. Kohlbarger, are you saying the 3rd is available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'll change my motion to make a motion to have a meeting on October 3rd, 7 p.m. for the purpose of hearing the presentation from Contour Entertainment.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Dr. Waters?
No, no further discussion.
Ms. Endersby?
No.
Mr. Colton?
No.
Ms. Parker? Anything from staff?
Not at this time, sir.
We'll open that up to public comment.
John Pollock, Acting Chair of the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board. In regards to this final report with Contour, I must say that a final report would only serve as window dressing without the input from the informed and concerned scientists, engineers, and individuals who make up the advisory boards set in place for the protection of the citizens of our town. Unfortunately, the Water Board and my own Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board have been ignored during this process. So I ask, why do we have advisory boards if you fail to consult them? Thank you.
Dave Stevens again, prompt citizen. First of all, I'd like to know why that first report, we didn't get a chance to see it to people. Our town manager said it wasn't important. That's the most important part, is the money. The money. Second, I'd like to see this town board to tell them to soft pedal it, because that thing is a bummer. That's easy pickings for them people, that guy. They have started, or our bill had started building another one over in Las Vegas, just like you, another one of them theme parks. Does that make sense? They're going to go to that one before they're going to go to ours. That thing is the dumbest thing I've seen since I've been in this town, and that's the God's truth. And I've talked to a lot of knowledgeable people about it, not some guy that's not too swift like me, but some other people that's pretty darn smart, and they say that thing is a bummer. This town is easy pickings for somebody like that. I know you don't, you really, you should pay more attention to this stuff. Really should. He's got our $156,000 when I told him to soft pedal it, told him he'd give us our money back.
Point of order, we're discussing the date.
Might be able to sue him, I don't know.
We're discussing the date, not the theme
Huh?
park.
We're discussing the date of the meeting, Dave.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I know we're discussing the date of the meeting, but I'd like to know where that first report is. I'm entitled to that.
It's available at the town office.
If you go into the town office, it is available.
I don't go around that place no more. Oh, okay. I have no trouble with that. I have no trouble with the help of this town. We got some of the best people in the country that works for this town. I'd go to bat for any of them in a second. The people who work for this town, you can't beat them. They're good people.
Thank you, Dave.
I can get out of this goddamn chair now.
Need help, Dave?
Seeing nobody else up for public discussion, the motion is to have a special meeting October 3rd, 7 p.m. here. 7 o'clock. To receive the final report from Contour. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1. Item number 9, discussion possible decision on creating the 2011-2012 Town Board Goals and Performance Objectives.
Mr. Chair, point of order on this agenda item. It states town board goals. It should either read town manager goals and performance objectives or town board goals and performance objectives for the town manager. It's not, to me, a clear indication of what is being created.
Mr. Kohlbarger.
They are the town board goals and objectives that the staff will carry out, specifically the town manager. Thank you.
It is set in the contract for the town manager to have goals and objectives established and an evaluation. And the discussion we had in the past was to establish town manager goals and objectives. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Am I missing a question here?
I just wanted that statement clarified. If I'm misunderstanding, it's supposed to be what the contract stated, which is the contract stated town manager goals and performance objectives need to be established. That's what I read in the contract, and I just wanted it
The way
clear.
the agenda item reads, it's town board goals.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you do have the requirement to create performance evaluation criteria for the town manager that should be based on the town board objectives. So this is really a two-step process. As I would see it, first you create the town board objectives, which is agendized to do tonight. And then once you establish those objectives, you can then go in and begin discussing and establishing the performance criteria that the town manager will be evaluated against in obtaining those objectives. We discussed a two-step process at least, where first we establish the town board objectives, then move on to establishing the performance criteria to evaluate the town manager based on those town board objectives. And I hope that clarifies.
Yes, but I don't believe that was ever clarified in the past. So thank you.
Mr. Kohlbarger, did you want to run through these as we have in the past?
That'd be fine, sir. If I may. You have the sheet in front of you. There's 3 goals that have been completed already, CE number 17, CE number 25, and CE number 27. And when I mean CE, that's use the initials of the town board member, Mrs. Endersby. Then there's short-term goals, which considered to be goals that we can complete in less than 12 months, and then goals that it will take longer than 12 months to complete for various reasons, and then category that has duplicates in it. In meeting with each and every one of you throughout the past month and a half, everybody seemed to be okay with how I had it set up and how it was all put together. Now we just actually have to determine the 34 goals that are listed under short-term 12 months and long-term greater than 12 months, if those are the 34 goals that you want to stick with. And so what I'll do is I'll just go down and read each and every goal, and then after I read this particular goal, as you stated, Mr. Darby, we'll just go right across the board to see if everybody likes that goal, and if it's more than 3 of you like it, then it becomes a goal and objective. Is that what you wanted, sir?
Yes, please.
All right, MD number 1, and again, the initials, Mr. Darby, Mike Darby, actually. MD number 1, groundbreaking for fairground to include arena, soccer fields, parking lot, well and septic as town's first utility, which would include having to press state legislation for waiver from UINC service area. This would not have to be more than 60 to 80 acres, possible northwest side off of Ironwood Street, and could be or should be a joint venture with Nye County, as this land has been labeled Nye County Fairgrounds. Both Butch and Gary seem to be on board with this when I have spoken with them. And then there was a subsection A, large outdoor amphitheaters could be made out of the large ravines which some creative grading and conform to flood control in mind. There should be enough high ground to flatten off for a large carnival to set up, and if construction companies would trade work for in-kind grading, then work could begin shortly after plans are drawn up. The concept is much like Logandale / Clark County Fairgrounds, flat land, large steel buildings for events and auctions / shows of livestock, events, barn dances, etc. Keep it simple, may place today's host Western theme events and draw large crowds such as a county fair / rodeos. Ms. Parker.
The idea sounds great, but I'm going to say no because we haven't really figured out what we want to do with the fairgrounds land yet.
Mr. Calkin.
Again, I think the idea sounds great as well, but these seem more like town board goals to me. You know, that we would be making decisions about moving forward with these ideas. And I think they're great ideas, but it doesn't seem like something you would do on your own. It would be something that we would initiate to move forward with.
That's why you're doing the goals and objectives. This would be a goal set forth by the town board for the town town staff to accomplish, particularly town manager using the town staff. And once we get this stuff moving, it would be brought back to the town board. Each and every phase would be brought back to the town board to approve any money being utilized for the steps as outlined in MD number 1. Is that understood by everybody? Just a shake of the heads? Thank you. It looks like a 5-0 shake of the heads. Mr. Calkin, yes or no?
Well, you know, these seem like projects, so it seemed like we would initiate it to me. It wouldn't be like you initiate it. I don't know.
Is that a yes or no, sir?
And then I'd have to say no because we don't know. We haven't got the presentation yet from the thing.
Thank you, Mr.
The attraction thing. We don't know what's going to happen with the land yet, and we don't even know if it's going to be there yet.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby, yes or no, please?
Yes.
Dr. Waters, yes or no, please?
Yes, with some clarification on it. We have an A under it. We don't have a B, so we don't really need an A.
All right.
Other than that, yes.
3-2 carries. MD number 2.
Mr. Chair, if I may, and I just want to clarify what is occurring now. You're trying to build consensus on what is going to be in the town board objectives, and then we will have a vote of the town board
Yes.
to accept and approve the town board objectives?
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay.
My bad.
You just be careful when, okay.
Yeah, I should not use the word carried.
So,
Thank you.
so when you do reach consensus, or after some discussion, you have a consolidated set of goals you want to present, and there's a motion on the floor, then we'll take public comment on those town board goals. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Sorry if I said something wrong there, Mr. Counselor. Okay, I get it. Consensus to take number 1. MD number 2, bring back graffiti cleanup as a monthly volunteer day to help clean up Pahrump. Use times in between dates to contact property owner for release to be signed. Set up paint collection / donation. Maybe Home Depot, Ace, or Walmart will contribute. It is important that this is has a very low no impact cost to the town. I would be happy to be the point person for this with you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Mrs. Endersby.
Yes.
Mr. Dr. Waters.
Yes.
Moving on to MD number 3. I would like to try and think outside the box for solutions to problems in Pahrump. First, I'd like to see Pahrump self-sufficient without reliance on the federal government. Reliance on the federal government always has stipulations that require the town of Pahrump to be beholden to the federal government. To do this, it would take partnerships with nonprofit organizations such as the Pahrump Grange, as well as not-for-profit organizations that regularly think outside the box for solutions. Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
No.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
No.
Number 3 is stricken. No consensus on number 3. Number 4, MD number 4, with the various advisory boards coming forth with studies that would impact the people of Pahrump, I would ask that issues that can be left to the vote of the people, i.e. moving the boundary, incorporation, and other such, be put on the ballot. Mrs. Parker?
Can't get incorporation on the ballot.
Mrs. Parker, yes or no?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
That item is something that should be left to the town board to decide, not
At the time.
at the time that it needs to be done, so I'd have to say no on that.
All right, moving on. No consensus for number 4. VP number 1, revised business license program.
Yes.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
Consensus. I'm writing these down so I can help you with a motion later. VP number 2, complete last chance park.
Yes.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
Consensus reached on VP number 2. VP number 3, continue working with FAA, BLM, Fish and Wildlife, etc. on airport.
Yes.
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 I would like to change my number 4. Dr. Waters has a problem with complete. He wants present because he says 5-year plans are never completed, so.
I've already changed that wording, actually, ma'am. VP number 4, present 5-year strategic plan. Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
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 Okay. CE number 1, rewrite and obtain passage of new nuisance ordinance abatement code, working with both town and county to assist in the development and enforcement of town and county nuisance abatement regulations and compliance.
Yes.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
CE number 2, expand on the implementation of the communication package for information sharing between the town board, town staff, citizens of Pahrump. The purpose is to meet Sunshine Act laws and state NRS regulations. Sunshine Act laws are the open meeting laws.
Yes.
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 CE number 3, take leadership in the development of the team approach of all county, state, and federal agencies for the purpose of developing a mass transit plan for the Pahrump Valley.
No.
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 Yes.
Yes.
No consensus. Number 4, CE number 4, place economic development as a number 1 priority to promote commercial business development, job development, light industry, etc., by working with the county administration, county and state economic development agencies, town staff, and public-private resources.
Yes.
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 Consensus reached. Number 5, create a one-stop shop for incoming business/residents that will identify community contacts, community development, workforce development, infrastructure development, in parentheses, utilities, and educational resources. This one-stop shop will be placed on the town website.
Yes.
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 Thank you. I like the way this is going. CE number 6, implement a backup training program for staff. The purpose is to designate a backup employee to be trained in the primary employee's crucial job duties. Prepare manual, which include critical elements of each position.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Number 7, complete Rood Community Center you guys voted on that tonight.
Yes,
Don't even need to say,
you take that one off.
right. Well, I won't take it off because it's been voted on, but it's in progress. CE number 8, complete Field C park lighting project. Mrs. Parker.
Is this long-term?
I believe, I gotta go back up at the top.
Yes.
CE
Yes.
number 8, yes is long-term, ma'am.
Okay, if it's long-term, yes.
Mr. Calkin.
Yes.
Mr. Darby.
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I'd like to go back to number 7. Again, that remained an objective, correct?
Yes, ma'am, or sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, just wanted to be sure on that. On number 8, yes.
Thank you, sir. Number 9, refurbish public restrooms at Petrick Park. Mrs. Parker? Mr. Calkin?
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
In the process of refurbishing, what are we going to do about vandalism of those restrooms?
I would like to personally cane the individuals, but I'm not allowed to do that. So we're going to be more advantageous to watch that whole area. Actually, I've looked into cameras to put up all around the root center, which would also cover the restroom areas.
Now, is it just those restrooms or also those over by the arena?
Both. The cameras, and I've talked to a gentleman out of Vegas, and oh my God, I should know his name. I showed him what I needed done and what we wanted to possibly thinking of, and he said that the cameras can basically put in all 4 corners of the root center that would scan and encompass that whole area.
Then yes.
Yes.
Dr. Waters,
Yes.
number 9.
Yes.
All right. Number 10, CE number 10, oversee, guide, and work diligently to ensure the Pahrump Airport is completed in a timely manner.
Isn't that really a duplicate with?
That actually is a duplicate, and I'm
Yeah.
surprised I didn't catch that. Yeah, that's a duplicate, but I guess it says to work diligently to get it completed in a timely manner, so, I mean, if the board thinks that's a duplicate with, working with the BLM, Fish and Wildlife, and the other agency, I really don't think it is, because it's working in a diligent and timely manner.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Number 11, CE number 11, bring fiber optic, natural gas, and more electrical transmission lines to establish Pahrump as a distribution consideration for economic development by collaborative efforts with government agencies, utility companies, and private/public partnerships.
Outside the scope of town government, no.
Mr. Crockett?
No.
Mr. Darby?
No.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
I think it should be a goal, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, no consensus met. Number 12, complete goal established in 2006 to develop a business enterprise zone by completing brownfield designation to significantly increase the probability of receiving state and federal developed grants.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Number 12, consensus reached. Number 13, CE number 13, complete Kellogg Road Fire Station construction.
We're not gonna have money in my lifetime, so I'm saying no.
I'd like some clarification. There is a fire station there.
A new fire department, a new construction to bring everything up to snuff and make it a very nice fire department.
At this time, I'd have to say no.
No.
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
So, it was no, 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 yes, yes, correct? Consensus not reached. Number 16, CE number 16, improve public relations.
Wait a minute, go back to 14.
No, 14's a duplicate, 15's a duplicate. That's why, if I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
reading them, it's because they're duplicates, ma'am.
Okay.
Number 16, CE number 16, improve public relations for the town.
Yes.
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 Dr.
Yes.
Waters?
Yes.
Consensus reached. Number 18, CE number 18, continue work towards question of town incorporation.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
I know it was yours, but I thought I'd ask anyway.
Was 17 a duplicate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
17 was completed.
It's completed.
Oh, yeah, it's completed, ma'am. Because we've had the deputies here at every meeting, and I don't know how much more improvement we can do on security unless we frisk everybody who comes in and put them in shackles.
How about a metal detector?
How about we all put a gun right here?
Okay, let's not go there. Come on. Mrs. Endersby, do you have any questions with number 17, please?
No, I just didn't realize it was completed.
Well,
I see that.
All right, ma'am. CE number 21, find and implement ways to help people who are disabled get to town board meetings.
You know, we're already on TV, we're on the computer, I'm gonna say no.
Mr.
Other
Crockett?
than driving them, there's nothing, so
Mr.
no.
Crockett?
If we can help them, I think we should try, so I say yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yeah.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
21, consensus reached. CE number 24, hold workshops/training as to advisory board roles, policies, and procedures.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Isn't that done by POPEC on an annual basis?
Yes. They're invited to the training as the town board gets the training, and we also held a special training for advisory board members this year that Mrs. Endersby attended, and so did several members of the Youth Advisory Board, Public Lands, and help me out, Mrs. Endersby, who else attended? And Corporation?
Yes, I believe so.
Corporation. Those were the three boards that actually attended, and the invitation went out to everybody, sir.
So it's something that's already being done?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In process.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Endersby?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
Okay, consensus reached. Number 25 has been done. Number 27 has been done. Just recently, actually. And the link to the website was done approximately 4 or 5 months ago. Mr. Shoemake had forgot to put that up, and I reminded him, and he apologized, but it is on our website now. Moving on to TW number 1. Goal, brief status of all finalized goals monthly, / give estimates, completion date / state closed when completed. And as I,
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Mrs. Endersby?
Yes, these are written as town manager accomplishments, so that's part of my
Is that a yes,
questions.
ma'am?
Yes.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
Number 1, consensus reached. TW number 2, goal, ensure town manager has a continual review of all items on the selected town manager evaluation form.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Darby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Waters?
Yes.
Consensus reached. TW number 3, goal, ensure town board members are kept current on all items on the selected town manager evaluation form.
Yes.
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 TW number 4, consensus reached on 3. TW number 4, goal, review all town ordinances to assure practicality and currency.
You've also got in here codify. I want that added in.
And codify.
Yes.
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 Number 4, consensus reached. Number 5 and number 6 and number 7, number 5 and number 6 are repeats. Or duplicates. Number 7, goal, incorporate all town board goals into plan of actions.
Yes.
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 Consensus reached. Number 8, goal, develop with town board long and short-term goals for the town of Pahrump.
That's what we're doing tonight, so yes.
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 Hey, I can complete that one tonight, thank you. I'll be quiet. HK number 1, keep on top of international tourist attraction project assisting Contour and Versitas. All right, that's not how you pronounce that.
Versitas.
Versitas. When and wherever possible to accomplish their goals.
Yes.
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 No.
Mrs. Endersby? No?
No.
Dr. Waters?
Yes.
HK number 2 is a repeat. HK number 3, compile an information packet to be distributed to the town board members as to the status of all town BLM related issues.
Sure. Yes.
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 Consensus reached. HK4 is a repeat. HK5, name badges for all office personnel make current to town board member list plaque on the wall in the town office.
Okay, there are name badges for office personnel. But make current, sure, yes.
Mr. Coggin?
Yes.
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 All right, we've gone through the list. Here is the motion that needs to be made. I'm just going to give it out. The motion will include MD number 1, number 2, VP number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, CE number 1, number 2, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 12, number 16, number 18, number 21, number 24, TW number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 7, number 8, HK number 1, number 3, number 5, those 34 goals. Wait a minute, let me count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Should be 33.
2, 3, 4, 5. 29, I got 29.
There were some duplicates in there.
That's what I got, was 29.
You got 29, I got 29.
Okay, I would like to move that the 29 goals be established as the 2011-2012 Town Board Goals and Performance Objectives.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Dr. Waters?
I'm just listening to the number, and the numbers don't seem to jive. As long as we can go over them and make sure the numbers are correct, then I have nothing else to say on it.
Would you like me, Mr. Darby, would you like me to read them again, please?
I don't think that's necessary, because we went through them.
Oh, okay.
It's just that my count doesn't match yours, that's all.
All right,
But I
sir.
think once we go through them, I'll go through it again.
All right, sir.
I'm comfortable with that.
No questions.
No.
Ms. Parker?
Ms. Parker, do you have any questions?
No?
Thank you. All right, we'll open up to public discussion.
Evening, Brian Jonas. I am not sure if you need to clarify what goal and objective you have, but it was the one regarding the community center, and you were talking about the refurbishing of the bathrooms and the security of the place. Just in my professional experience, I just wanted to come forward and tell you that if you are looking at a camera system or something, I would have some extreme due diligence on that. You don't know how many businesses are out there that have systems that, once a crime has occurred, we have no way of identifying who is in the picture, down to the point of even male, female, what kind of vehicle. So I would be cautious with your due diligence of the cameras, and sometimes they can be placed so far away that nothing can be seen. If you get into a system that can do all of that for you to identify facially and or give enough that through investigations they can possibly be identified, they're very extremely expensive, and the yearly cost to maintain can run very high. And they require a lot of daily maintenance. So I just wanted to bring that up to you if that's something you're looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Butch Clendon. Because of working with the task force, I have issues coming up with this. And the reason I'm bringing it up is I think everything you're doing is great. The problem is in the past, somehow things have been dropped. And for the record, I'm going to reference the goals and objectives 2008-2009, number 15, complete community center roof exterior remodel project to be completed by June 30th, 2009. So now we are in 2011. I've been made aware through these issues that this first was made aware to the town in 2004. In 2006, there was a grant from the county about this issue. And again, we're in 2011. The goals and objectives for 2008-2009 was June 30th. So I would like to see this board, whether through this resolution or another, for future reference to protect the town on these issues, make it the goals and objectives of this board, the goals and objectives of the next board. If they're going to drop it, goals and objectives from a previous board, make it at least a vote on the issue, not just disappear somehow, because that's what's happened in the past. And we don't want this community center issue to come up in any other venue for any other building, because it's a detriment to the community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting these 29 items for the town board goals and performance objectives signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Kohlberger. That brings us to item number 14, discussion possible decision to create an events advisory board to actively create and/or pursue groups or events and bring those groups/events to the town of Pahrump. Oops, I went too far. Mr. Colkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep it short because it's getting kind of late. We have a tourism board that does a great job of promoting the town of Pahrump and making people aware of us. But in my travels through life, I've been an avid RVer for many years. Most of the time when I take my RV somewhere or I leave town, even in my car, I'm going to events. And even small towns that I've lived in and that I go visit, they have a group of people to put together events to get people to come. And just going out and promoting Pahrump, we got a McDonald's and a casino and a few odds and ends. It really doesn't get the bulk of the people wanting to come. I never go anywhere just because I haven't been there. I go somewhere because I want to participate in an event, as do the people that I go with and I meet when I'm there. And we want to have fun enjoying the same thing and everything. And I've talked to many people in our community about this, and they think it's a good idea. Frankly, I'm thinking maybe this board here can evolve into taking over the Fall Festival. Somebody needs to get everybody working together, the casinos, the RV parks, and the assets that we have here, and put things together and try to attract people to come. You know, people come because they have a reason. You know, they want to participate in something, not just to go somewhere by themselves. Where that's not near the fun. So I think we should try this and see if we can. This board would bring more tourists to our town, which of course would help all businesses and help bring jobs to our community and everything. I think it's incumbent upon us to try to reach out and try to do more than what's going on. And I think this would be a great board. It'd work well with the tourism board. The two working together could, you know, bring things to our community that we need, jobs and more money, and we'll collect more sales tax and the whole thing. So, do you have any questions?
Very good, thank you. Ms. Parker?
You know, on the face of it, it sounds like a good idea, but I look back to the point, I was on the board when the town desperately wanted somebody else to take over the Fall Festival because it was the amount of time and work that it required from the staff and the worry that if it rained for 3 days, you would lose a big chunk of money. So I really don't like the idea of the town taking the Fall Festival back, but the main thing is I've traveled around the state. There are towns that do events, but they have a full-time employee, event director, whatever you call them, that are involved in handling tourism, they're handling events, and we just don't have the funds right now to hire an event director, and I can't see how it could be done with volunteers. We've got lots of events now done with volunteers, but to have a group running consistently events as volunteers without somebody on the town staff, I just don't see it as viable at this point. Tax revenues pick up, maybe the next person we hire should be an event director, but at this time, sorry, Harley.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When I looked at this, the questions that popped into my head immediately was the fact that I know we have a Tourism and Convention Advisory Council, and they specifically at some point established themselves as a Tourism and Convention Bureau. And then the Pahrump Chamber of Commerce also has on their masthead, on the signage, that they are the Chamber of Commerce and Convention Bureau. Now, in my experience, most towns have a tourism group that does some, whether it's a convention bureau or, a tourism bureau, or as we have an advisory board, and they do a wonderful job doing tourism. On the other side is some group or some entity that does conventions. So when tourism brings the people in, there is something there to help organize and help work with the event that is being brought into the community, or that the community does develop on their own. So coordination and having somebody with the skills of event planning is what convention bureaus often do. I would like to just get further clarification from our Tourism and Convention Council, allow them to look at their name, at their mission, and see if they don't have a desire to do some part of the event planning. At least look at some solutions to Mr. Culkin's concerns, which are legitimate. We do have the need to have somebody that does coordinate events, but that is usually somebody with some skills that they get paid quite a bit to do that. It's not something that continually is done, as Mrs. Parker said, by volunteers. I refer to an article that was in the PVT with the Pahrump Valley Times that Don McDermott did in April of this year, and he outlined any number of events that used to be held in our town that have been canceled, or they just go away. And I think we do a disservice to our community when we don't give them the assistance to continue. So we do need something, but I would like to have the chamber look at their name, Convention Bureau, and the tourism to look at their function as a convention council, and come back with some recommendations as to what they might do, or what should be done to address some method to plan events and coordinate events.
Dr. Waters.
Thank you, sir. As I looked at this, I said it's a great idea, and it's something we desperately need. But then I looked at it from a realistic point of view, and volunteers would not be able to do this on a consistent basis in what we really require. We're talking about somebody that's paid to do it on a consistent basis. And so I have to agree with Ms. Parker. As much as I'd like to say yes to something like this, I don't see us getting there without paying someone to do it. And listening to what Mrs. Endersby said, you know, I wrote down initially the Chamber of Commerce to look at them. I know it would be something heavy for them to take on, along with our Tourism Advisory Council. Same thing. The things they're doing right now, if we dump this on them as well, again, they're volunteers. I don't see us getting there from here. And it's unfortunate because it's a very good idea, but I just don't think we're ready for it at this time. Thank you.
I have to say, I do. I think it's a great idea, and it is an issue that needs to be addressed in order to get these type of events on a regular basis. The scope of how broad the events are, from motorcycle, car cook-off, chili cook-offs, wine tasting, rodeos, motorhome off-road, gaming, concerts. The diversity in it, I think, is more than an advisory board could be saddled with.
Mr. Chair, if I may address some of the concerns.
Please.
I spoke to numerous groups, including the Tourism Board, and I did question, you're called the Tourism and the Convention Council. And I was told that the reason why the words Convention Council were added, so additional grants could be coming their way. But they weren't interested in putting events together, so I figured, well, don't need to force anybody. Promoters can be hired, deals can be worked out where a promoter gets a percentage of the profits and not necessarily pay them. I think this is something to look into. Maybe the first year they just come up with one idea, you know. But I think we need to start somewhere, and I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and create the Events Advisory Board, and I hope I can get a second for the purpose of, if we can hear some public comment on it, because I've had some positive phone calls, and I know some people here that want to speak on it. And then we can see what happens from there. But, you know, if I waited till I thought I could afford the children, I wouldn't have had any. So sometimes in life, you know, we have a need. We've all been agreed here that we need to do something here, and it doesn't hurt to try. What else can I say?
Was that a motion?
There is a motion to create an Events Advisory Board.
I will second it for the purpose of hearing public comment only.
Thank you. Any further discussion by the board?
I would like it commented on and looked at by the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism and Convention Council, because it is, again, I don't know that we want to reinvent another wheel. We have two now. If they don't want to function in some capacity, or they do have an idea to take a piece of it, perhaps we don't need to have another wheel to kind of deal with that. But the two existing convention bureaus could look at what they could do. So I still think we should give them an opportunity to look at what they would like to do within event planning.
Any further comments from the board?
I would just say that if we were to create this board, there's nothing prohibiting them from working with the Chamber or the Tourism Board or anybody else. But, you know, there needs to be a catalyst here that doesn't seem to be happening.
All righty, we'll open this up to public comment.
I'm Karen Spalding. I'm on the Tourism Board, have been for quite a while. I invite people all the time to come to the Tourism Board. We have a lot on our plate right now, and it's exciting because it's the foundation, and we need to build that foundation. I keep asking the town board to come, and I know some of you work and you can't do it, but if you were to come, if you can't come, sometimes it doesn't seem like you've read our agendas. You haven't read our minutes. In the backup, you haven't read that. in our minutes, it shows a list. Every meeting we have a running list of projects that we're working on. You talk about the RV, and I've got this is the only backup that was with this. And if the tourism board would have brought this to the town board there's just too many questions here that are not answered. We are working on RV now. One time a board member says that's a great idea, and then the next time you talk to them, they say, well, it's a waste of time. But we've got our heads focused. Just to give you an example, Treasures had a 4-day event last year right after our, where'd we go, Quartzsite. 4-day event, they had about 150 rigs. They had a contest after 4 days. They asked everybody to keep the receipts of anything they've spent in Pahrump. And at the end of the event, they did a drawing and they gave a gift. And the people had spent $6,000 in town. So we see that as an example of why the RVers are important to bring here. I have called Ely and I've called Elko. They put on, their convention centers put on 3 to 4 events a year. They get saddled with using the same people working it all the time. But they have 3 to 4 people that are paid on their staff. And when I talk to people in town, they say we don't have the funds to employ 3 or 4 people to keep these events going. So I'd like to know where your budget is. I have talked to the chamber this morning, and I hate to say what they told me because it hasn't been taken to their board to be voted on, but they are revisiting the word convention. That was a past CEO that put convention on there. They want to concentrate on their people that are members that are businesses. They don't want to get into the convention. But that doesn't mean that they might go to the board and change their mind. Well, we would just ask that you just hold off for 6 months or so. Let us get some of our projects done. Please come to our meetings, see what we're doing, because when you talk, Mr. Culkin, it sounds like we don't have plans and we're not doing work. And I need you to come and see. Thanks. And this is Christine.
Thank you.
Hi, Christine Grevich.
Back up.
Christine Grevich, Grevich. I'm on the Tourism Council also and at Saddle West. I think it's a great idea, the intent of bringing groups here and having these events. But I worked also in Laughlin for about 6 years, and while I was there, I got the experience of what it is like hosting events. And we used to host approximately 1 event every month. And the person that spearheaded those events was a paid person. She was an executive director for the Laughlin Tourism Committee. And under her, there was a committee that was made up of representatives of the different casinos there in Laughlin. And it was a full-time job, and she put in a tremendous amount of hours. She would entertain the idea of different events, and she would bring in different promoters that had different ideas, rodeos, river runs, boat racing, different things. And she would review what they had to offer, and then she would present the best ideas. She would present those to the committee, and then the committee would go from there. But everybody on the committee, all the volunteers that were on the committee also, there was a lot of work involved, but it was all spearheaded by this one individual. That was a paid person. There was it was all the different properties working together. They had the different responsibilities of collectively working and coordinating, bringing the advertising and the marketing of everything, but then doing their own marketing for their own individual properties. And it was a great effort because there's been a lot of success from those events, like the Laughlin River Run. It got national recognition. But it was, again, it was a lot of work, and one person that shared it all, that had the ultimate responsibility was a paid individual, and it would be really hard, I think, just to call on a bunch of volunteers to do this. I think it's a great idea that Pahrump should have events here, and being so close to Las Vegas, why not? We could be very successful at it, but I think we really have to have the budget for it to be able to pay somebody.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens. I think it's an excellent idea. Finally, we're getting someplace around here. They could have ball games. They could have fights here, wrestling matches. You got to be able to promote that stuff. I know you look at me like a nut, but I know what I'm talking about. Maybe we get Kohlberger over there fighting in one of them boxing matches or something. Anyway, not only that, we got the Indians come over here. The only argument I got with them, there's no place to sit down over there. I like to sit on a nice seat, so if they put some seats around there, I would go over there. But they could put on a little better show.
I'm coming up there. Just go ahead, do your thing. You got 2 minutes.
No, it's a good idea. I don't like to agree with Harley, believe me, but he comes up with some good ones once in a while. Uh-oh. I didn't say nothing now, Paula. Anyway, I can think of all kinds of things that I can. My son-in-law, he's a pitching coach for the Texas Rangers. I might even talk him into coming over here. I don't know. But if we get a ball game, Jesus, it's time to get a good team here. And it could bring some cash in. Money. That's the name of the game. Of course, most people around here don't understand that. It's a poverty. We're all in poverty here. I've been thinking about eating my dog even.
I'm going to tell him.
There's not enough of that dog to eat.
The what?
There's not enough of that dog to eat.
And let me tell you, that dog can eat steel, he's so tough. He takes cans and bites them right in two.
Yeah, right.
He's one of them attack dogs. I got him trained. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, Sam Jones, Pahrump resident. You know, I think everybody's missing the point here. It's a great idea, but you have on the agenda to create another advisory board. All the advisory boards that we have now are shackled. Their words mean nothing to this town board whatsoever. I think if you want to do something, you have, number one, you already have a tourism board, and you have the Chamber of Commerce. I think the smart thing to do would be to talk with the people from the tourism board and see if any of them are qualified, and then the town should think about maybe paying a salary to give them an incentive to bring more business to this town. But just to create another advisory board is ludicrous, because all the boards that's been created now, they have no say-so. We come to you with different things, and it's like we're talking to the wind. So I think the idea is great, but you need to hire someone that we already have here on one of the advisory boards rather than create another useless advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Elefante, committee member with the Pahrump Social Powwow, probably one of the last events this town has, where we wholly depend on outsiders to make this event happen. That means our drums, our MC, our arena director, the dancers, our vendors, all come from outside of Pahrump. We have one vendor, one young lady in this town that is an artist, and if you've been to the powwow and you've seen the ostrich eggs that are painted and stuff like that, she is a local person. Everyone that comes to participate in the powwow comes from Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Utah, California. We had a gentleman who comes from Montana. He's third generation in his family of making drums. So I think that our event is probably the last event in this town that wholly depends on outsiders. I have to disagree with the gentleman that spoke before me as far as ineffective advisory boards and you not listening, the Tourism Advisory Board is an excellent advisory board. The materials that they're producing are great. They're not there to try and bring in all these activities and stuff like that. They're promoting the town, and they're doing it well, and the materials are great. But as far as events not happening anymore, a couple years ago, there was changes in the Tourism Advisory Board, in their rules. Do you know that if I make a profit, it's written in there that I have to give that to the town? And it's written in their rules that I go before them, I asked them for $5,000. They cut it in half because it's in the rules to cut it in half. I need that $5,000 just for the core. But it's in the rules, they can't do it. So eventually, unless things change with the grants for events, and unless we can find some sponsors, which is really hard, the powwow may go somewhere else. Las Vegas is asking me to come and join with them because I have great connections for vendors. We've seen positive changes. Vicki can tell you, she's out there, she's helped us, she's worked with us. And I don't know what I'm going to do, but that is the last event. I think Harley's idea is great. Let people form a committee, let them look into the potential, the opportunities. When I heard about it, I said, let's get a load of dirt into the arena and have a BMX event. It's not hard. I put on an event in Goldfield, a commemorative event for the centennial celebration for the Gans-Nelson fight. I got UNR's boxing team, I got UNLV's boxing team, I brought them together in Goldfield to commemorate a boxing event that took place 100 years ago. So an advisory board, that's nothing. I mean, it's easy. Let them look into the potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Lewis, Town of Pahrump Buildings and Grounds Director. I work with a lot of different these clubs that have come and gone as far as logistics and having it in our park. The main issue that I see with why we're losing clubs or events is we don't have the facility for them. They need some area that's gated so they can charge an entry charge to there so they can play with the security. Huge. It's probably chased, I'd say, half of the events away. They cannot afford to have an open venue and then pay for security out of their pocket. I think before we get an advisory board or something like that going, we have to build it and they will come. I really feel if we need to focus on some area, again, fairgrounds, etc., where it's a gated area where these people can charge a gate charge to come in to help afford these events. I don't think they're not aware of they can come here is they can't afford to hold it here because there's no proper place to have that kind of a venue where they can afford to pay for all the other charges. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Mr. Calkin.
We certainly have some challenges here, and I think we're thinking too big in terms of what this board can do. We have very little hotel rooms, and as a representative from the Nugget recently told this board, they're not going to build the hotel rooms first and then hope they come. We have to create a higher occupancy level for them. We're making a lot of assumptions here, but basically all this is asking for is put some people together so they can put their heads together and see what we might be able to accomplish. Or maybe they don't accomplish anything and we disband the board, but we're not getting anywhere if we don't try. I heard as an example up in northern Nevada, they had that Burning Man event, and I was told by some people in Goldfield that they wanted to bring that down there, but Goldfield didn't want no event. Well, that's a lot of people come to that and a lot of money. Maybe this board could look into that, that we have better weather. And the problem with it, where the people go to Burning Man, it's on some dry lake bed, and it has this really weird dust that gets in everything, and everybody hates it, and they'd like to move that event somewhere else. Like I said, and maybe getting these people here to work together to do something. But and where's the money going to come from? We collect room tax for bringing tourists to our community. And it isn't just for the tourism board to use, it's for any endeavor that's going to help bring tourists to this community and benefit the whole community at large. And that means more jobs and benefit to businesses and everything. And I think we're not doing our job if we don't try to expand, bringing tourists to our community. And this is an effort to do so. So that doesn't hurt to try.
Thank you. Ms. Parker? Ms. Hendersby?
No comment.
Dr. Waters?
No other comments. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to a vote. A motion is to create an events advisory board. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion dies 2-3. All right, item number 15, discussion possible decision to create a town board and advisory board workshop. A workshop to be held January 2012 in the town of Pahrump and meet open meeting law requirements. Date, time, place to be announced.
Yes, I presented this as a request to really initially take the place of the retreat. I was instructed that that's not possible. I could not enter that agenda request because I had voted against having a retreat. So I do want, though, us to have an opportunity to have a town board and advisory board workshop. It's part of our goals we just established. Oop, I guess I'm done.
Sorry, your time's up.
Done. And it stopped. And we could include what we have always done, which is pull pack training and help support our advisory boards in their endeavors. So that was the purpose of presenting this.
Thank you. Any questions for the board? Dr. Waters?
Just like to say I think it's a good idea. It's something that we do need, and I'd like to see us push forward with it.
Thank you. Mr. Calkin?
In lieu of our last vote as an example, it'd be a good opportunity for the board to talk to the advisory board, so I'd support this. I think maybe we need to, and it'd be an opportunity as an example. They hold their meetings in the morning, and that's just hard for me to get to. So this would be an opportunity that all of us could share in meeting with some people that maybe we haven't met before or whatever, and answer questions and whatever. So I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Ms. Parker?
Town boards in the past have had, I think they were in January, a joint meeting. It wasn't necessarily a workshop, but it was a joint meeting between the town board and all of the advisory boards. And the advisory boards were able to explain in a lot more detail what they're working on, what their accomplishments are, how they can tie in with other advisory boards. And I see it more of that type of a workshop than I do open meeting law, come and learn the stuff. Because having attended a couple of those as a meeting of the public, it gave me a much better feel for what the advisory boards were doing, who to contact should you want to join one. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I so move to establish a town board and advisory board workshop to be held in January 2012 and open it to all participants and meet all open meeting law requirements. Date, time, and place to be announced.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion by the board? Any public comment?
don't want to take you guys' time. Dave Stevens.
Turn your mic on, Dave. Dave, turn your mic on.
What? Yeah.
There you go.
Anyway, it's probably a pretty good idea you got going there in that town advisory board. Well, you don't click up on us too bad. But one thing I wanted to mention, you talk about hiring a promoter or something. You've already hired the best darn promoter in this town.
Dave, that was
Al Bellicky.
That was the last issue?
Huh?
That
was the last. I'm just trying to squeeze that in there, Mike. I'm not trying to. I get forgetful at times, but you're talking about hiring somebody that's the best darn promoter you could get around here.
Thanks,
I
Dave.
won't bother you anymore here.
All right, seeing no one else up for public comment, the motion is to create a town board advisory board workshop to be held January 12th in the town of Pahrump and meet open meeting law requirements, date, time, and place to be announced. Is that close enough? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
I'm hoping that we'll have a community center then, and we can hold it there with tables for all the different groups to sit behind rather than us looking down on everybody.
Item number 16, discussion possible decision on the consent agenda items. We wanted to pull C and D for discussion, so I will entertain a motion to approve A and B.
Mr. Chair, I would like to approve with a correction on page 5, the number 5 announcements. Carl Delane, and it's D-A-H-L-E-N, I believe, but stated the community assessment would be holding listening sessions instead of forums, and they'll be held from October 10th through the 14th. With the 14th being a presentation to the community of Pahrump.
Okay. We have a motion to approve with the amendments to the minutes. Is there a second? Okay, seeing no second, motion dies.
To approve the minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, hang on.
And the vouchers.
We're not going to pay the bills?
All we need is a second.
So,
We just didn't get a second. Another motion can be made.
I second the motion.
That motion died. I need a new motion.
Okay.
Would anybody care to make a new motion?
The motion, I can't make another one, but the motion was just to correct the minutes that were, which I spoke with
I'll make a
Samantha on.
motion to approve consent agenda items A and B.
I second the motion.
I would like to correct the minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we have a motion to approve A and B with the minutes corrected. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Parker, I believe that you wanted to you wanted to discuss C and D?
Yes, I asked to pull that. I would like to hear from the Community Center Task Force Chair as to your new formation of having an advisory board. Am I correct that you have 7 already?
Yes.
And this would be an alternate?
It didn't explain it on there, but the recommendation was that he would be first alternate.
And was this reviewed by the task force previously? Did you bring this forward?
This was on the agenda of the task force. I believe, we're supposed to be sending all the town board members the minutes of the meetings, and I'm hoping you're receiving them now. But it was on the agenda. We did have public comment. The board did discuss it. And I believe the vote was, at that time, I think.
8-0.
8-0, because Harley wasn't there that day, that one meeting.
All right. I had concerns only because I know that Mr. Maurizio has had some comments that he's made in the past, and I wanted to make sure you had a comfort level that he would be a benefit and work with the board. I don't want you to have any problems with further contentions and issues, which I understand has been a problem with the board.
I don't believe we're going to have those issues. Okay. We have some lively talk on the board. I try to keep it to a minimum without squashing the ability for public comment or board comment, as Mr. Darby does. I think that he can be an asset. He is going to be first alternate. We've asked the alternates to attend all the meetings as possible, so they're going to be up to date on the issue. They would sit on the board if there was somebody missing that day. So we're asking him to be there. I don't see any reason that he couldn't be an asset to the board.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification.
Okay.
And item D.
Yeah. I move that we approve the acceptance of Mr. Frank Maurizio to the Community Center Task Force as an alternate, now renamed the Community Center Task Force Advisory Board.
Mr. Chair, I would like to comment on it. You didn't ask for board comments.
We need a second.
Jen,
before, if Mrs. Endersby would withdraw her motion, before we could have a little conversation.
we can have conversations both ways.
Well, how we vote on that motion? Okay, go ahead. That's fine.
But I haven't had a second yet either.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there further comment from the board? Mr. Culkin.
Yes, Mr. Maurizio, in my opinion, has ventured outside of the realm of simply disagreeing, whatever. I get all his emails, and some of them are rather offensive. I just feel that he's going to end up being more disruptive to the task force, or whatever we want to call it now, than looking at the matters at hand. And I don't mind a person having a difference of opinion, but I think the way he's going about it, even when I know personally that he is corrected, and I've seen the documentation to prove that he has received and knows that he's still out there pursuing, trying to mislead the public and stuff, and I think enough is enough, so I couldn't support this.
Thank you. Ms. Parker?
I don't think I want to say anything.
Ms. Endersby?
No, I got the clarification.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
You know, when the chairman of an advisory board says, recommend someone for their advisory board, regardless of how I feel about it, I'd like to support the chairman of the advisory board. So.
That is very well stated. With all due respect, I am inclined to believe your judgment. I'll set aside personal feelings.
One comment?
Go ahead.
This was not just my opinion, this was the vote of the board also. I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have no way of knowing if anybody on that board is aware of the emails and the things that go on. And so, I don't know if you're, what your opinion's based on, so, but I know what mine's based on, and I just feel it'll be disruptive.
And with that, we'll open that up to public discussion. I know I don't have to, but because we pulled it off the,
Yeah, my name's Sam Jones. I'm also a member of the task force board, which is now a advisory board. And we voted unanimously to accept Mr. Maurizio. We think he'll be an asset to this board. I realize he was a town board member, and unfortunately, the prior town board had their own agendas, and I don't know what the personal feelings are. I think you need to set personal feelings aside, Harley. We voted, we're accepting him, we're asking that you accept him as an alternate. You got to realize he's first alternate. He only sets a vote if someone else that's on the board is not there to vote. Then he will take their place. So I think you need to accept our feelings and let us get on with our job as the advisory board for the Bob Roode Community Center, and please accept Mr. Maurizio as first alternate.
thank you.
Dave Stevens again. I don't think I'll ever get out of here tonight, but anyway, I think Mr. Maurizio is a good man. You can't, a lot of you people I don't like sometimes. He's a, if you understand Frank, he's a good man. I go along with what Sam says here. You can't take things out on a guy like that because you got a little power. Truth is, you haven't got no power. You can say, well, you can kick me out of here if you wanted to. You might have a job doing it or something, but no, because he speaks out. We got to have people in this town that does speak out. If we don't, you guys would run right over us. You know that. You haven't kicked me out here yet. No, we got a good people over there in that task force. I'd pay attention to them guys a little bit. That's not an easy job. I talk all the time over there. He gives me a bad time once in a while even. But no hard feelings. I haven't had any hard feelings with anybody over there yet. I haven't had any hard feelings with anybody in this town. Another way I do. I got high blood pressure and I go right up in the air sometime. And I still am mad about that cave. I don't know who put that in there. I think I do. Anyway, I better get out of here before I get kicked out. No, I'd keep Mr. Maurizio there, sure. He's sometimes Frank, he gets carried away. He's not the most pleasant man, but he's a good man. He's a good man. He was on this town board, and he was the only one on there, him and Mike, that was any good at that time. You see what happened to the rest of them. Oh, Donna, I didn't know you were there. Oh, God.
No, I just didn't want to.
Huh?
I didn't want to interfere with
If I
you.
can get out of this goddamn chair here, I'll be all right. I hope that's the last time I come up here. Maybe I'll stay a little longer here, huh?
Donna Cox, and I'm here to support Frank. I've not always been on the same side of the fence as him either, and we've had some problems, but he is a good person. I don't think there's going to be any personal issues with him sitting on this board, especially since it is just an alternate, and that there's no longer any town board members sitting on it. It's just strictly citizens. I've been to some of these meetings. I've not seen him even speak. I mean, he sat there, minded his own business, absorbed. He knows what's going on, and I think he could be an asset to them. That's basically all I have to say, is I just think it would be a good idea to have him there. I don't think it's going to hurt a thing. and we should leave personal feelings out of it. Like I said, I've had a few personal issues with him, but I've left him out of everything else, and we all get along together. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, see no one else coming up for Ms. Parker?
Frank has threatened me twice at and in regard with that advisory board. I've reported it to Mr. Kohlberger. I've talked to our attorney about it. I'm going to rely on the chair of this board, Mr. Clendenin, to see that he behaves in a proper way, and I shall vote for his inclusion on the advisory board. But I am relying on you, Mr. Clendenin.
Any further comments from the board? Mr. Culkin?
Mr. Chair, I leave my feelings at home. I make my judgments based on what I feel is right in the best interest of this community and this town and so on. And I just made a judgment call. And if you want to call it personal, you go ahead. But I don't do that. Some people do, but I don't. I just feel that diversity is strength, and I don't have a problem with difference of opinions. But I do have a problem with people not purposely promoting the things that aren't true and not trying to get to the truth and so on. And, you know, I just get tired of it all. Anyway, I don't want to go. It's late.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
Nothing.
All right, with that, we'll call for the vote to accept Frank Maruzio to the Community Center Advisory Board. Seeing how the name changed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Item number D, 16D, approve to accept the resignation of George Sussman from the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board.
Yes, I pulled this because I was just really astonished and saddened to see that Mr. Sussman has submitted his resignation. And I'd really like to get some feedback to find out in more depth if it's a personal matter that's understandable, if it's concerns he has as far as how the town and the advisory boards operate. I would like to hear that. So I just would invite more input, and I realize advisory boards sometimes have in the past not had the attention they needed, and I really feel this board is trying to work with the advisory boards, so we just need to hear more from the advisory boards as to how we could do that better. So I understand we have to accept the resignation. I just regret having received it.
I'll second that one. Mr. Sussman was a valuable member of the board and our community. And I hope we'll see him back on another board or something, or in the audience, because we'll miss him.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. As the liaison for the advisory board, I asked that same question, and I was told it was a more personal, along with some other things as well, but more personal. And again, he wished the board well, and he thanked us for allowing him to be on the board. So that's why I'd like it to go ahead and stand, let him resign. And I'd also like to make sure he gets a certificate saying that he served well.
That's what I was going to.
Thank you.
So that's the motion?
Yes, that's a motion that we accept his resignation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting the resignation of Mr. George Sussman from the Pahrump Nuclear Waste and Environmental Board signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 17, future meetings, workshops, dates, times, and locations. Town Board Retreat, October 4th, 2011, noon to 8 p.m., Mesquite, Nevada. Any others?
I would like some clarification, or just some input from staff. We just received some information as to an update from you. Could you give that for public comment, for public records, to state what it was that you've emailed us?
Mr. Kohlberger.
Yeah, what I emailed you was the two individuals who have agreed to conduct a board retreat, facilitate the board retreat. I sent you the bios. They both have 25 years experience in doing work like this. So I think it's going to be a really good retreat, and it's going to be at Casablanca, the hotel we're staying at. Is that Mrs. Enderby? Is that okay?
Yes, and you wanted input to...
Yeah, they wanted input as to questions, so they can do a survey to the town board before they do the retreat, because they would like your input, and then their work on the agenda and how they're going to conduct the retreat.
And those questions are due
By noon Friday, sir. Remember, don't reply to all, just reply to me, and I'll forward them right on to the young lady.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
I do have another question for Mr. Kohlberger. In reading their bios, I didn't see where they had the experience for conducting a retreat like this. It didn't say anything like that.
They've done retreats for the city of Las Vegas on several occasions, and that's how they came to me, through the city manager's office in Las Vegas. They've worked with their elected officials.
Okay.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Culkin.
I wanted to ask Mr. Kohlberger, when did the reservations start? Did they start at noon that day or the previous night?
I think check-in time's 2 p.m.
Okay, of that day, on the 4th? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you could always check when you get there, because the last time I was there, I think I checked in about 11. They have rooms ready, they'll let you in.
Anything else on item 17? All right, moving on, staff comments.
I have one. Mr. Louis DeCanter said that I attended the Puma PAC meeting in Carson City. I want to rectify that. I attended via phone. It was a teleconference. We had the opportunity to either appear in person or by phone, and took the opportunity to save the town a little bit of money and did it by phone. Chief Lewis is still here, and Mr. Lewis is still here. Do either of you have comments? I see heads shaking. Thank you, gentlemen. No other staff comments?
What about the community survey?
Oh, Mrs. Parker was actually talking about that earlier tonight and had handed it out to everybody. And that's the thing that...
If you got it filled out and you still want to turn it in, Sam's got a stack there.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlberger. Town board member comments.
Okay. I know that if we were back in our own digs, we had the portable microphones that we were able to use. And I had a request tonight from a citizen with physical limitations wanting to know if we could come up with a microphone available so that they could speak from their seat. And I also know that Mr. Stevens is having trouble with that chair. So is it possible you could check and see if they have a portable microphone that would work with this system?
Please. Mr. Darby, if I may, that request was put in roughly 8 to 10 weeks ago to the county. The county is working on it. They have one, they explained to me they have one system left open so that they can have a portable mic. Where it's at, I've asked 2 times. It's in the hands of IT, so I'll ask again. But again, that request was already done, and that request was at the request of Mrs. Smith.
Yes.
And I put that in again a long time ago.
That's it?
Point
Okay.
of order here. I don't want this town board to do me any favors.
Duly
Another
noted.
disruption.
Duly noted. Mr. Culkin.
I wrote myself a few notes, but it's getting kind of late, and I can't remember what some of them meant.
Can't read your writing?
Yeah, that's probably part of it, too. But Mr. Jones had mentioned that his hands are tied. Well, all of our hands are tied. You know, we can only do so much. And I think that the Bob Roode Task Force, now the Advisory Board, has helped this board get a little pressure to move forward and try to do some things. The air testing recently was because of the task force, and things don't happen as fast as we like. But that doesn't mean that we're not listening to you and we're not trying ourselves. We would love to just say, go ahead and do all this and get it open, but it just can't happen that fast. And also, we're trying to weigh all of the options. Like I mentioned earlier this evening, that's an old building, and we have to weigh, do we really want to put a lot of money in something that don't serve the community? You may not agree, but we do make the final decision here, and we listen to everybody, and we have to represent the best interests of this community today and tomorrow. I heard the word final report on the Contour Entertainment issue. It's not really a final report. It's just going to bring us to a stage of what they advise that we should be looking forward to move to. It's not the final thing. When one of the board members came up and said we hadn't contacted them, we haven't got to that point yet. That's why we haven't got to that yet. When we actually get into starting to think about developing, we don't know what property we're going to be using yet, because that'll be part of this recommendation. But when we get to the point of where we're going to start moving forward and develop some land, that's when these other boards will come into play. It's sad that sometimes people don't ask first and just assume things, and it happens far too often. I read a quote tonight, and I like people to think about what it means. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it, Albert Einstein. To me, that means that if you're just going to keep trying to operate in the same box that you're in, you're never going to get anywhere. You have to start thinking outside the box. And like I've said many times before, why is it always we can't do something? Why can't we look at something like, why can't we? Why can't we find solutions? We have a problem. Let's not tell ourselves that every answer we have doesn't work. It's time to be saying, why can't we make this happen? What can we do to make this happen? We're all trying to make a better Pahrump, but it seems like some people think that we're going to make things better and happen better by not making any changes. This is going to happen. Look at the news. Every time I turn on the computer and I look at MSN News, it just gets worse. More and more people, it said today, that are living in poverty than ever before. It's getting worse and worse. No matter what our government tells us, things are getting worse and worse. Well, we have to take charge of our community and make it a better place, and this board is trying to do that. And it'd be nice if the people that come to the meetings would be a little more supportive and offer ideas of how to accomplish things instead of saying we can never do anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to announce the redistricting committee, that was established by the county. I'm trying to think of their actual name, but it was for the redistricting of the county into a possible 5 districts because of the increase in population and the 2010 census. That redistricting has been completed. There's 2 maps that will be submitted to the county commissioners for their review and decisions. So you might want to look at that. There's 2 different options for that redistricting, and does make a difference for Pahrump which one they choose. And the Master Plan Revision Steering Committee, that's part of what that survey is for, is to do the master plan revision, and some of the information coming from those surveys will help address that master plan revision. And at the last meeting, Mr. Robert Adams from our Public Lands Advisory Board attended and was invited back to meet with the county staff for them to look at the trailhead study for connectivity to the Pahrump Valley Master Plan. So we have had input and would like to have more input through the survey, and certainly anybody that wants to attend those meetings. They are important for the town of Pahrump. Thank you.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. Last meeting, the last town board meeting, we approved the resignation of several people from advisory boards. And normally, by the next town board meeting, we have certificates for them. So I expected certificates for all those people that we approved that were being removed from advisory boards, and I didn't see any certificates, and I wondered about that. Certificates of having served on the advisory board for 2 years? Say that again?
She did them last.
I did them prior to the meeting and had each of you sign them either prior to the meeting or at the meeting. And the same with George Sossman's. He should have received it already. It was sent in the mail about a week ago.
Okay, so my question would be, because normally what we would do is call them up at the town board meetings and present them.
The reason why I did not do that, we can do that, but the reason why is because I realized that a number of those individuals aren't able to make it to the meeting. And for example, with that meeting in particular, that's one where we went till midnight and we didn't get to that item until midnight. And none of those people were here. And I also realized, having spoken with each of those individuals, either personally or through someone else, that they weren't going to be able to be here for the meeting.